Oh no! Hey everyone. We showed up to the cameras being all fucked around. Well, while I fix that, I will say that hello everyone. Welcome back to Levelheads D&D. Oh, this is ever so fucked, isn't it? Give me this. Give
Ever
me
so
this. There we
fucked.
are.
So fucked.
Let's put Lobrilla in her place. Well, welcome to Levelheads
Somebody put
D&D.
liberal in her place.
Oh wait, I can tickle Anderson.
No!
Tickle.
Ticklish! Stop it!
Get him. I am joined, of course, by... I'm Slappy Meats, but I'm joined, of course, by my friends who I will describe as they become visible. And the Anderson, here in the upper left, playing the half-elf warlock Dane Solus.
Hello there.
Ah, yes. Ooh, this one's almost already correct, but we have Fiddle Pierce playing the fallen Asmar sorcerer Morgan Gwicht, who presently does in fact
Hello.
still have kitty ears. And a tail. You can't see it though, it's just off.
Yeah,
It's out of frame.
it's wrapped around my
Shit.
midsection, kind of like Goku does.
It's classy. It's a little fur belt. And here we have, oh, that was cam 1, right? Actually, let me move you once again. Make sure you are sized correctly. Yes. We have Librela as the tiefling monk, Shidani Loala.
Oh, hello there.
We are, unfortunately, shy a Mondo Mole, number 3, who typically plays the half-elf rogue, Tovar Balen. But we do, of course, have next the lovely orange window. The tangerine window? Peach. Deep peach. The robot with the deep peach. We have Nansinator as the Warforged cleric, Branded Edge 303.
Hello.
Here we are. There's that freshly chopped quaff that I locate
It's
and
been
open up.
just my hair for the whole intro.
And last and most insidious, surely, we have Lolaman playing the Teapot Lich Mew of Terragoat.
Yeah.
Whoop. And over here, the wild card, the Uno reverse draw 4 that was showing for the intro, reveals itself to be me. Hi, hello. I am your so humble but beautiful DM, guiding all our friends to this adventure. This is episode what? 64? Yeah, it's 64. It's the Nintendo 64 of our game. And with that begs the question, what happened last time?
We
We're in the middle of
survived a
a
Remoraz.
dungeon.
We're definitely in dungeon crawling mode.
Mm-hmm.
We have proceeded with the exploration of this giant temple sanctuary area. We've kind of went over a few floors on the northern side. I didn't find that many interesting things. We did find a shard containing a rune, the rune of Is, doing frost and ice. Tried to interact with it a few ways. Tried it on the door. Almost got ice stormed to death, triggering that particular trap a couple times. And yeah, the most memorable part of last time was going south to the other side that we had not explored yet, into this huge dining hall and fighting, kind of throwing everything at a Remoraz. which we vanquished right before it could have gone very bad for our favorite brandy.
Hmm.
And that's where we stopped. I glossed over a lot of the exploration. I don't remember it that much. Yeah, we found dwarf corpses in the same area. No, dwarf heads in the same bag we found the shard.
Hi,
I
Earth.
just lost
Uh,
audio for like 20 seconds.
Oh, weird.
Same.
Yeah, same.
Huh.
Everybody froze.
Okay. I've been hearing Lolo just fine, at the very least.
Okay. Well, as long as chat heard Lolo, we don't need to know what happened last week. We were there.
Was it just in Discord? Because
Yes, just didn't.
okay, so I was looking at the stream
Or
like
2
if
weeks
it's
ago.
fine on the stream, then that's helpful. But okay,
Yeah.
spit on your Discord and teach it to his boss, and we'll press forward.
It would like it too
Um,
much.
Oh my goodness.
But yes,
I don't know if it's earned it.
Yeah, it needs to earn that. You
Needs
know?
to be
Fucking spit take.
hey, it hasn't earned that spit take.
Oh
It
boy.
needs to be Discord needs to be a good boy.
Well, then I could go put her in a cage.
That was fairly
Y'all
comprehensive.
Are horny.
Hi,
Hi.
hello.
Welcome.
I'm Slappy
glad.
Meats, and
Oh.
welcome to my channel.
Welcome to the show. It's been 64 episodes.
Yes, that was fairly comprehensive. If you don't already have inspiration on your sheet, go ahead and slap that down. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
you hit on the things that I wanted to emphasize, which was yes, you found the shard of ice of Eth, in fact, the Eth rune shard, attempted
In my
to interact with the Eth rune that is on the archway in the central chamber. To an undesired effect, it would seem. Morgden had indeed triggered that same effect upon simply touching with fleshy hand upon this engraved
Didn't like
mithril
that.
inlaid rune. It did not seem to like that particular touch. You had something else happen. Oh, Harshnag touched it and nothing happened
But then he touched it with the rune.
with the rune, and it ice stormed again.
Fucked us up.
Then yes, you found the Remoraz in the dining hall, and we come into action as you had just laid it to rest. I say, as if it is in sweet repose, when in fact it had been shocked to death by an element sculpted fireball to be a storm ball from Mew.
Hell yeah.
The Remoraz dropping Branded Edge from its searing proboscis? Mandibles. I guess.
Mandibles,
Yeah. The mandible claw. Well,
fangs.
you have a rippling air surrounds this fresh corpse of the Remoraz as you gather round.
Okay, wait. I need to check something.
I also need to check Observer. Where are you at? Where you at,
Science-
Observer?
No.
There you go.
Middle of the dark.
Okay, I remember last week
I've been crawling in
I was
the
going to
dark.
ask Brandy
Searching for the answer.
to help me kind of field dress this thing and find any magical components or whatever that might be helpful.
I just need a minute.
Are you all right?
Oh,
You look
Oh,
a bit
bad.
melty. Oh
a
no.
little,
Yeah,
just laying there looking up.
the seized head and the bursting. I think it was his eyes that burst.
Don't have a
Left this
focus bar.
ichor that is scalding hot to the touch. It hasn't done further damage to you, but it is exceedingly hot. Viscera, rapidly
Well,
cooling in
Not
the
much,
air.
but
Well,
maybe
my friends, that was very well handled. Congratulations.
Brandy, you're saying?
I'm gonna drag myself away from the corpse and just kind of lay, cast Aura of Vitality, and see if I can get some HP back.
Yeah, you just and just your threads through your body, your aquamarine threads just pulse boom, and you summon this aura about you that just like a greenhouse mister, right? The automatic plant watering system that just you just fucking repose in this mist of healing energy. And over the course,
Harshnag, you should kiss her better.
Oh yeah, Harshnag. Yeah, give me. I just lay there waiting for it.
he's like this.
how,
I
how is
believe
your health looking?
He slings his axe. I think she's got this.
Shit.
Well,
Harshnag.
to be fair, I believe a well-deserved rest is in order.
Just take a minute.
Which one of you is the most dexterous with a blade?
Oh, it's certainly not the person who also knew all
Tobavar.
the languages
Yeah, right?
yesterday.
I was
Yeah.
gonna just
Tobavar's-
pointing at Tob.
Well,
I pointed
Okay.
Morgan.
I've known to be rather deft with one.
Tobavar.
There is something I wish to collect on this creature.
Oh, you mean
It's-
the best at field dressing a thing would be Brandy, but Tobavar could probably do it as well.
Well,
Well,
I am good with. I know how to work a dagger. I could try.
yes, I
What is
wish to
this
collect
survival?
its heart.
Survival's not terrible. But I'll say, doesn't take a lot. It's literally a minute, and a minute can go ahead and pass. I'll say, go ahead and Brandy,
Yep.
you can roll your 20d6.
Holy.
There's some good healing.
Yeah, it's
And,
heals.
yeah, and
Heals over time,
you
so it's really good.
if you want to like sit for a minute next to her, you get the same thing. I think.
I'll sit
Ooh.
next
Let
to
me check that. I
I'll-
think
Wait,
it.
who's
I
the
think
most-
that might be it.
Actually, who's
I
the most
think-
hurt?
It's either that or it's who you
Or-
choose.
Is it one target?
I think it's one target,
Do
including
you have to split it?
including myself is the parentheses,
Yes.
but I think that means
Oh.
I can heal myself if I choose of that one
Yes,
target.
that you
How is
are
it-
that you
how
are
is
a
it
valid
worded?
you are a valid
Oh,
option.
okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
one
okay,
creature
so
in the aura. Okay.
Yeah.
So you
there's-
would have to
That
split
makes
it.
There is another one that's like that is an aura of sorts that does radiate, but this one
So
It's
if,
a
you,
single
if you've
heal.
got
It's a nice
leftover
little
out
miss
of the
that-
20d6, you can give that to someone.
yeah.
But yeah,
So while you roll that-
There's probably others more
like,
hurt than me.
I guess I would ask
Matt 60.
Boulevard to
Nothing.
help me because I want to get the Remera's heart.
Okay. I'll
Can I
say
help too? And I'll find if there's anything else in there.
I'll say with you can do a separate one. I'll say with Muse instruction as to what you're looking for. Since you were able to, I think someone else actually identified the MRS, but once you heard it, you knew. Yeah, since it's basically you giving the help action to Tobavar. Yeah, since you're looking for that heart. So he will make a survival check. This will also influence something else real quick. But for whatever you are looking for, Morgan, I'll say make one as well.
All right, survival.
I'll say survival for
Which one of you do I want to be survival?
Oh, 14 twice. So
Brown.
16 altogether for Tobavar. And let's get one for you as well, Morgan.
And
Bill?
Just a 10.
10? Okay. With the 10, you kind of with this enthusiasm, you're like, oh yeah, let's get something from this, and you dive right in.
Before you say what I did, can I ask one question that I might
Well.
have been able to figure out before?
Okay.
Does the blood run actually hot, or is it just regular blood?
It is good that you asked that, because the body is still searing hot,
Oops.
and touching it would indeed be injurious to you. So you, with a 10 and that acknowledgement that you asked, yes, you do halt yourself as you approach this and don't touch it.
Careful, guys, it's hot.
That's why I wanted to get
Hot.
it in before you started explaining.
So
I mean,
you,
Shidani and I can touch it. We're good. We
So-
like the heat.
that's not wrong. But I think with
I
the
was also
six,
considering
with
taking
the
a small vial of it.
16 survival, Topher will say, we'll give that a minute in the cold.
No, it needs to be harvested now.
I mean, you can
I mean,
cool it. Can you cool it down? Is there a fridge around here?
Well, all right.
I'm gonna blow on it.
Okay, I'll say if one of the fire resistant individuals wants to roll survival, I'll
Yeah.
take the 16 in mind
Okay.
when considering your
Yeah, if
DC.
he can help explain.
Oh no! Oh no! No! No!
I'll do it.
Uh-oh.
No, don't roll it.
What'd you get?
I got a 3 plus 2, 5.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Nice. You actually have proficiency in survival. That's good. That's
This
good.
is compromise.
So it was a 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you also diving in, Shidani? Or were you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I had plans to.
Okay. Let's get a survival roll from you.
16.
Fabulous. Okay. I'll say that Shidani's able to recover the heart. The body cooling in the ice, the frost temple air. Your fire resistance allows you to get in there cautiously. In fact, you still have your hands out. So it's
I'm like-
kind of immaterial. It's any splashback is nothing to you. If any blood splatters on you, that barely registers. But you can at a distance, you can essentially forego any carving tools, and you can just with your razor hands just spread the ribs, this ribs, this exoskeleton like shelling a crab. You just and pull out this what Mew was able to identify with also was his 14 as the heart, but it's unusual. It is like this body. It is sort of tube-like. It is not like a 4-chambered heart of a humanoid being, but it does appear that it has the capabilities of pulsing and channeling this hot blood. I guess going from all the vessels stemming from it. It is the blood vessels emanate from this tube-like organ, much like its legs from its body, just going all throughout this body. It's a bagpipe, essentially. It's a long bagpipe of a heart.
Gross.
Hot burning back.
Wait.
I love it.
Yeah.
Is this what you want? Just like
Indeed, just
tiny goat.
mage-
Gold.
mage hand the
Holding
lid.
this-
Just shove it in.
Yeah, just holding this this pillowcase-sized organ.
I'm also standing by with like stuff in case there's if you see any glands or anything, I could there's probably stuff in there I could use, or
Dane.
I'm just probably more of a
Cheerleading.
nuisance than a help.
Yeah. Dane,
Cheerleading.
you are much like eating crabs. You are breaking off all the legs, but disappointed with the meat that comes out. Like you're like, all right, this is gonna be a good one. and like there's no meat. You're like, ah, fuck. But like you're just kind of breaking off legs. Like, yeah, these claws will be useful, and they just shatter. Oh, and unfortunately, you're unable to harvest anything of value from this Remoraz.
Next time.
I cast Frostbite on its corpse.
It fails its Constitution check,
I'm petty.
and it
Surprisingly.
and yeah, the rippling air around it settles down on this patch as a white rime settles on it.
Yeah, Remoraz, cool
And in
off.
fact, its
over
its exoskeleton cracks deeply as the expanded heat and the rapid cooling of it just large crack in the patch of the exoskeleton where you cast the spell.
Now I'm extra mad because I was going to ask if Mod or Tob.
Whatever his name is.
I was going to ask if Tobavar wanted to make something out of that, but it's actually no, it's not leather, is it? Never mind.
Yeah, it's chitinous.
Exoskeleton, not leather.
You have one Remoraz heart.
I walk
Wait.
over to Brandy and I ask how she's feeling.
I think it weighs about 7
Oh.
pounds.
I am feeling
Remoraz
much
heart?
better now.
Right.
Let me check.
I'm thinking. Actually, no. If it's pillowcase size, never mind. I was thinking like tubule. No. Does it actually have a
Remoraz
weight?
heart- Yeah, 10 pounds.
Oh, good. Good. 10 pounds it is.
Good lord.
Remoraz heart. Yeah, hot ball of hard coarse flesh. Looks like a burning coal. Heart continues
Oh,
to
that's
burn
even
well
better.
from the rim.
I was sitting here making it up, but I will say that inside this pillowcase of flesh is a burning coal.
There you go. Yeah, no, because that's the one thing I remembered about them. Like during the week after we killed it, is that the heart is worth 1,000 gold.
That's fucking awesome.
Holy!
Good thing you got it.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but I
Don't
also
forget
think
who
there's
helped you.
something. I also think there's something in a Remoraz that's good for alchemy, but I don't remember exactly what it is.
Do you want me to?
Blood.
Could
Either
I
the
do another
blood or
check?
something from a gland, but it's
I'll say with
I
Tobavar's,
guess you could roll nature for it.
with Tobavar's, he can go in for another go once it was cool. That was certainly a check to see if you can get it. Go in while it's fresh and still hot. But Tobavar can wait. That's 16.
I can
And
try again because I'm better now.
oh yeah, you didn't take a stab at it. And this is a massive corpse. There's a lot to be figured from it.
I can stab at it.
Nah.
Okay, can I? I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I rolled 17.
Dang.
17, nice.
What should I go after? Like,
Is-
Morgan.
Do you see any glands or anything where like some juicy like stuff is coming out or something looks like
It just felt hot when it bit me. I didn't feel any like acid or anything. I don't remember.
no, it would be heat.
Okay.
We're
Okay,
gonna know
well,
about this. Any
All right, with your 17,
specific.
Mhm.
What would be?
Arima.
if you have glass on you, vials,
What?
bottles. If you have
that'd be Morgan. who
you
has
have
those.
you have consumed health potions recently, I'm sure.
That's true.
Yeah,
Reduce
Oh,
the
I
use
I
of
didn't think
cycle.
of that.
I recently used a I think it was a greater one I did, right? So I'll just hand her that bottle in case she finds anything.
Hey.
So you have at least one.
Is it- Would you have to clean it? Like just avoid contamination?
It's kind
Yeah,
He's
I
an
call it
alchemist,
everything.
I imagine. you know.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
so.
Alchemy and prestidigitation, I'm very clean. I'm the cleanest person here
Mm.
because I'm always fidgeting with
Always fucking with that
cleaning
shit.
any dirt thing I see on me.
Yeah. Yeah, it is quite easy enough to
Some say it's a problem.
lick the plate clean, as it were. If you
Sweet health potion.
okay, I'll say that yeah, oh. Yeah, with your
Cool.
17, checking the DCs of things to
Mm.
give it the proper difficulty. But you're able to gather 7 vials worth. So I think a vial, there'd probably be 4 vials in a bottle, in one bottle. So if you have 2 empty health potion bottles, then a little tubule is worth. You can have 7 of those. You're going in while it's hot, though, and that's the only way to get it. So, so with that 17 survival, you're in pretty good shape. Just go ahead and for my my edification, go ahead and give me a dexterity check as well.
X check. 11.
With your 17,
Hold on.
that 11 is fine.
Oh, okay.
So yes, great. You have 7 vials worth of Remoraz blood.
Here you go, Morgan.
And in addition, any chitinous plates that Morgden did not break.
Oh, are they pretty?
They
Oh,
are.
I could add that to my chessboard. Yes.
They are 60 pounds intact. So you can get off of this whole body up to like 20 of them
Okay.
if you take the time to remove them, but then carry them. So however many of these 60-pound chitinous plates you want, you may
What are they?
you may add.
Just take all of them and mount them on the giant.
Yeah.
Make him a little sweater.
Thank you, Brandy. By the way,
You're
I say as I
welcome.
put them away.
Sappy, what color are the Remoraz plates? 'Cause
They are a you know how beetles are like sort of iridescent, right?
yeah.
That but a
Ooh.
cool blue
Oh, that's amazing.
cool blue iridescence.
Iridescent cool blue.
That was so cute. You're like, you know how beetles are like iridescent? Yeah.
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 Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Beetles are pretty.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
Yeah.
cool.
This is
Yeah,
awesome.
I was close on the spelling.
Yeah, the H.
I went to Google to find the spelling.
How to place it.
Since we're done looting it, I thought it was safe to look up how to spell it.
I probably should have given the heart a bit of a higher DC, but you know, we're good. I spoil you.
Oh yeah, you just wanted to give the most evil amongst us the tools to ruin us.
I didn't do
Me?
shit. I helped kill it. Anyway.
What if episode 69 is us re-rolling characters after the TPK?
Right. Well, now we're jinxed, so everybody do good.
Great.
Oh,
Okay, everybody, let's not do that.
I'm a terrible person. I apologize.
And in fact, there is a molted skin, a molted shell of this Remoraz in the alcove to the eastern side of this room.
Yeah.
So a fresh supply, well, fresh, an easy supply of chitin is there.
Oh, I'm gonna
But-
pick the best ones.
So you have your choice of them, but to consider how you will be carrying these.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
For the
not-
moment, we might be able to get your friend to carry him, but once we're take leave of him.
He won't even kiss her. What makes you think he's gonna carry her load?
Don't jinx it, why don't you? I'm working on it.
You
Some
have
people don't kiss on the first date, buddy.
you have spoils of the hunt. You wish assistance with.
Yeah, aren't they pretty? And I hold them up to him.
Very good.
Would you
I will help.
carry
Game
some
of
for
next
me?
game.
Yay! Thank you.
Harshnag will, since they are curved in the shape of the creature's body, they do sort of have a bit of a pauldron shape to them, or even like breastplate. But he will put them over his shoulders. You could probably give him up to 4 to carry.
Okay.
Ooh,
He will carry 4.
That's
Should I make him some
240 pounds.
Here's a question. I'm only good with jewels right now. How do you how do you make armor? What do you need to know to
That's a
make
good question.
armor?
Blacksmithing,
Blacksmithing?
I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
This could be a neat set of like chest and shoulder armor.
I'm sure if you
Sure
brought
could.
those to if you brought those to somebody capable, providing the materials would get you a nice discount on the actual price of the item.
Mhm.
Technically.
And it would be is it fireproof? I think it's fireproof. Because you
Might be
guys wouldn't use
resistant.
you guys wouldn't use fireballs on it because it was
I'm gonna find
against
out.
that, right?
Might actually
In-
be. I don't want to say what Joe as a person knows.
Yeah, I'm trying to get like I control the heart because I can't really spit on 1,000 gold. But other than that,
Yeah. Well, it's also in the realm of what you might know, right? You're an ancient lich that knows magic shit.
plausible. How about Branded Edge? Have you
Yeah.
Have you recovered from this encounter?
Yep. Right as rain. I'll stand up and I'll jump up. Well, I was already jumping up doing
to
that.
hear. Good to hear.
That was up.
Get
You've
up, stand up.
replenished your potential for pain. In any case, shall. What do you think, people? Is arrest in order, or should we proceed?
I don't think
I'm-
that. I
I'm
don't know
right
if we
as
should
rain.
sleep in
personally.
here.
I mean, I wouldn't mind taking a little 1 hour nap, but I'm good.
I mean, if you want to sit here for an hour.
I guess maybe 1 hour, but we should.
Before that, can we explore the room to see where the ins and outs of the room are?
Yes. Also, perhaps we should get this thing over there in our possession
Here,
sooner
how
rather
about
than later.
Oh yeah, what was that thing that you're talking about? The hammer.
Yeah, we should go check out that axe hammer, the
Okay.
ham
Mhm.
axe, whatever it
I'm
is.
gonna go check it out.
It's a Terraria
Let
hammer.
me see the
Yeah.
room. I'm gonna start walking
Yep.
the parameters of the room.
I'll go with you.
With your very you start speed walking and then slow your step immediately
keep up,
as
but I don't.
as Morgden joins you and starts scanning the room.
I'm a burden.
Not.
So barring this shadowy glitch in roll 20,
Yeah.
you see around the room that as mentioned, the slabs have long cold blood stains. Blood on a surface.
Yeah, we lost Mike on
Okay.
the DM.
Uh-oh.
No.
There we go.
It's so
Flappy
stupid.
made a deal, lost his voice forever.
So you on these slabs, there are, as mentioned before, the northernmost slab around it are scattered and knocked over giant-sized platters, dishes, utensils. On the slab itself, not coated, but splotchy with spots of slightly umbered red. Maybe not as brown as you might expect from blood of an appreciable age. Not as rusted as you might imagine. Perhaps because of the cold of the location. But they appear to be scratched cooking preparation, food preparation surfaces. All around the tables you see but the errant giant-sized dish or tankard here, seemingly long undisturbed. The room itself, along the walls, you see in each niche as you pass by another one of those iron cages. None of them presently seem to be lit. Most of the room is coming from the fire pit. I'll say make a perception check between the two of you.
Okay.
Do you have good perception? Or should we
It gets
both
too
do
dark.
it?
You can
But
borrow my torch.
it makes sense to both do it. I mean, it is a
21.
21. Oh, yeah.
7.
So the fire pit in the center, Mogden, you're observing these cages, considering whether or not to light them up, I suppose. But the fire pit in the center appears to be providing ample light for this space, as huge as this space may be. And it is, in fact, it is indeed a roaring flame. You look to see whether or not it's being tended to, if somebody may have been here recently. But it looks like that may or may not be the case, as it looks like this fire pit does not require tending to. As something about the smell, the particular smell of this burning fire. It's not odorous. It's not malodorous. But maybe something about your infernal nature. There's a familiarity with the smell of natural burning gas that appears to be feeding this flame from below.
Gotcha.
Beyond this, the southernmost slab has its dishes and utensils and other implements of food preparation neatly stacked. Brandy
More light.
approaches the axe. Dane approaches the axe. Parshnag, and by extension Mew, will come with.
Yay. Ooh.
As they do, I'll light the torches around them first, closest to them, and then I'll just go around. Least I can do.
Yeah,
Thank you.
a few flings from downtown, maybe a miss or two. You're like, oh, hold on.
I do one of those, like,
Oh, hold on.
I do like a free throw look.
Kobe.
Behind the back. You want to do behind?
Yeah, I just fire one behind my back as I'm walking.
Make an attack roll disadvantage.
Oh
Disadvantage
shit.
attack roll for
Yeah.
the one behind my back.
Yeah, for the behind the back shot.
Hold on. I'm gonna use my 2 red d20s.
Oh, busting out the red ones.
Bust 'em up.
So I get plus
You get +1 with the bowl
plus
fire.
1 plus 8,
to
so
hit.
11.
11.
That's my lowest.
It goes a bit wide. It does go a bit wide. But it was in the ballpark.
I turn
The-
around real
the
quick
play-
and do a quick ha.
Double up. Then you get it on the second one.
That would have been so cool though.
Yeah,
I whisper that to Shitani.
There's a
That would be
reason
so
why.
cool.
There's a fucking reason why Ron Perlman lost his shit and blew the shot on Alien Resurrection when Sigourney Weaver just fucking no look.
Because she did
She
it on the
actually
last
did it.
take.
She just fucking did it. She did it for real. And Ron Perlman like turned to the like was like, holy shit, and like
Good.
almost ruined the shot. Almost ruined the
Yeah,
take.
not to get too far into it, but that was like there was a few takes, and they were like, "All right, we're gonna use a second ball." And she's like, "I want to do it one more
No, hold on,
time,"
I got this. Yeah. Give me one more.
and she
She
became a legend
Just
that day.
no look behind the back shot, and killed it. um. Leaning against this southernmost slab appears to be a steel great axe.
Oh, great axe. Like I can't lift it, right? Because it's
Yeah.
is it giant size?
It's in the
You're
realm
not
of,
worthy.
it's in the realm you would estimate of I mean, you know roughly how much you weigh. More than that.
Huh?
Like this is
More than that.
looks to be in the neighborhood of, oh gosh, I pull a number out. Let's say 750 pounds.
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Hey,
Uh,
Snake,
Oh, no,
could
friend.
you lift this for me?
I wanna cut up.
That's his great axe. He's like,
Whosoever holds this axe,
I want to immediately turn on detect magic and try to assess the power of this thing.
Is it over 9,000?
No, it's just the ocean one is over 8,000.
it's not hard to discern as this veil of detection passes over your field of vision that there is a faint conjuration similar to the ones held by the statues in the main chamber.
Yeah, what does the scatter say about its power level? Like, how faint are we talking about? Like same as what we saw.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Like you're essentially you're not looking at an overwhelmingly powerful conjuration. You're not looking at the genie's lamp. You know, it's
Well, if a skull could look disappointed. Like, well, we solved that puzzle.
Harshnag will go to the door, lean Gert's great axe against the wall near the door.
Gert.
This is a big one. And he will go to the massive great axe and grip it. You see the vascularity of his arms bulge out as his muscles tense and
That's impressive.
this one has some heft to it.
yeah, just lean over to Shitani. I think Brandy's having a moment.
I can't. I don't know if I can drool, but if I could, I'd be drooling.
Series of moments, really.
Yeah, that's
He'll he'll have this to the central chambers, I imagine.
Yeah, let's go there.
Mhm.
Let's go.
And we'll oh no, Lolo, and he back.
welcome back.
Okay. Great.
You-
You all
Do you
leave
think
your
that goes to that statue?
You'll leave your you leave your friends behind,
Mm-hmm.
your Remoras behind. As you all reconvene in the central chamber. Morgan, you were saying?
Oh, I was trying to find me.
There you are.
I said, do you... No, I forgot what I was going to say, actually. But,
Something about the statue, I think I heard.
yeah, does this look like it goes with that statue
Hmm.
that had no weapon that it was holding before?
Oh,
Thorax looked great in its hands, but does this look like it fits more?
It does look larger than Gert's great axe.
Do we also want to risk this? Because last time it looked like a statue was doing something. It was like all holding a rock, and then all of a sudden a rock rolled over me, and I did not like that.
that was fun.
I would
was
maybe
good.
not stand right next to the statue when we try
Oh,
this.
It was the antithesis of fun, if you ask me.
I don't know, I quite liked it.
Let's see.
I mean, it's.
Harshnag will
What else are we gonna do with this giant axe that
nod
none
to
of us can
Shidane
use?
and approach Therm's statue.
Oh,
He still has his light source on him, but we'll attend to that.
Just gonna
Observer, you need to be moved.
stand here,
Where is
at the
Observer?
ready to run the fuck down the hallway.
There's Observer.
I do hope you appreciate the self-sacrifice I made, sparing you a painful end by opening the door for you.
I do.
That was awesome. I really enjoyed the
Hmm.
fact that I didn't get run over by a rock. Thank you, Mew.
It could have been quite the show.
I hope you appreciate the self-sacrifice I made by not immediately running next to you when magic would have been dispelled of all kinds.
Let's move on, shall we?
Harshnag places with some effort into the hands of the statue. Despite this great weight of the axe, the statue receives it.
Uh-oh.
And stands motionless.
Nothing happens? Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well, it's a
We're
nicer
trying.
spot.
What
1
was
second.
it doing in the dining hall?
He's gonna go
Okay.
get his
The other
axe.
one?
Yeah, get his axe from the dining room.
Yeah.
Come back with it.
Don't be
When
long.
when you put it there, is the magic doing anything
Your
particular?
vision sees a uniformity of conjuration auras on each of the weapons, seemingly unchanging.
I should have taken a closer look at it when it was like eye level, but is there any writing on it? Like,
It does not appear
Like,
to be, even from
runes
where
or
you
anything?
stand, and when you were looking at it, there does not appear to be any etching, much like the other weapons appear to be more or less featureless.
huh.
Just featuring some
Huh.
conjurations.
Featureless, of course, besides shape of
It's
Shape and
a
purpose.
big ol' axe. Is there anything about it that looks like it belongs to the ice giant tribe rather than any other giant tribe? Like, Because that's the one. That's the one that had the empty hands, right?
Yes.
The ice giant.
Harshnag,
Okay.
does that axe look of ice giant make?
He's in the other room. Yeah, wait till he comes back.
He's come back. He comes back with
Okay.
his axe. Shuffling again. He comes back with his axe. But he looks at Gert's great axe. Looks at the axe in the hands of the statue. I would say so.
Think it does belong to Ice Tribe, or is it just normal looking? I guess.
Well, it is the kind of weapon our culture would prefer. Same for the others, I would imagine.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if we've done anything, but we've definitely put it where it belongs.
Oh, what if we still have that that rune from the other room? We touch that to the ice axe and see if, or the ice giant axe, and see if that's. I don't know. I'm looking for things to put together.
The last time we touched that thing to a magic thing in this room, I didn't like what happened.
Oh, is this a magic axe? I thought you said it wasn't magic.
It's got some kind of conjuration on it, doesn't it?
Oh.
It's a
Or
little
did we not
magical.
know that?
Well, how
Because
about
I didn't do my ritual, so
since
mean-
we talked about
I'll allow it. I can take it out of my back and put it in the giant fingers, and he can do it again.
Yeah, let's do the Monkey Island approach.
Yeah.
Of rubbing everything we have against it until it works.
Rub berries on it.
And Shidani, you're saying?
Oh my gosh. I was gonna say we all wanted, or many of us wanted to take an hour-long rest, so or at least a sit down. So we could at least go sit down while we think about which.
Which thing to rub against what thing?
Yeah, I gotta go rub something.
What?
Wait, what?
What?
What's going on?
We're gonna
Huh?
rub each
I
other.
was talking about.
You're breaking.
Items.
You guys are
Signal.
sweating.
Signals, break it. I can't.
Oh no. Sorry,
Okay, who's breaking up?
I'm going through a tunnel.
Wait, who's breaking
Oh,
up?
I
Is it
see.
me?
What? Sorry, I can't,
No,
can't hear you.
Morgan, it's,
What do you mean?
Morgan, it's not you. It's me.
Oh,
Okay. So do you take a repose in this colder than the dining hall chamber and just cool your heels for a spell?
Yeah, let's
Just put the middle like a campfire, like a portable campfire.
I can't hear a Lolo.
You put what like a portable campfire?
no, he's.
Like put the Remra's heart in the
The
middle
Remra's
of
heart,
us,
yeah,
like
yeah.
portable
Oh, God.
campfire.
Yes, you do. Yeah, there is a constant heat emanating off of this bagpipe with this basketball-sized hard object inside. And it is constantly emanating this.
Do we want to rest out here in the open?
It's like definitely like a
Sure.
space heater.
Well, there's these little side rooms, aren't there? Too.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
I mean, we have
right over here?
explored pretty much all around.
I mean, I'm okay with either.
Sure.
Okay.
Wherever.
As
Yeah.
long as I can snuggle up to Harshnag, I'll rest anywhere.
Oh my God.
Okay, are you resting in the chambers, in the small room,
Sure.
in the large room,
Yeah.
the large one,
Well,
small one? Place yourself wherever you
think just
decide that you are.
where the statues are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where the statues
Yeah,
are.
the large room.
Large room.
I thought that
probably
you guys
everyone
were gonna
thought so.
keep.
like if there's an attack, larger
Give
room.
it a second.
If
Signal's
there's an
breaking up.
attack, we want to be in the larger room, as I think what he was
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, the signal's breaking up
Yeah.
a bit, but I got the gist of it. Yeah. Okay. I'll say, yeah, you may certainly spend an hour and take some time. Who has the East Rune right now? Morgan?
I do, and I was gonna say, since I don't need a short rest because it does literally almost nothing for me, I was gonna see if I could try to figure anything out about that while they were chilling.
Sure.
There are a few ways you can go about this. One of which, quite simply, is to
I don't
attune
want to
to it.
blindly attune. I don't want to blindly attune.
Do you want me to?
No.
I think the question is, do you want to?
I'm not attuned to anything other than bullet claws. So if you guys have to take something off to put something on, I'm not in that scenario.
It's up to you.
I'm just afraid of it being cursed or something.
Well, if it is, just rip it off, I guess. Is that how this works?
Perhaps you don't understand cursed items. I mean, I can too,
Your
because
choice.
I have one thing attuned out of 3. So, do you want to, or?
Sure. Let's do it.
All right.
Okay.
Can you
Brandy.
do that while you're doing your long rest, though?
Short. And yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your short rest, sorry.
Yeah, they're one and the same. You may spend as many hit dice as you wish. Taking the short rest, go ahead and mark off short rest. I will do just a casual little roll for good measure. All right. Go ahead and spend as much as many hit dice as you would like, as you have available.
Is there...
Warlock. I believe you may gain
Yeah.
back your sweet juicy spells. And monk key
I
points.
feel recharged.
And Brandy.
Hi.
Let me fuck around your inventory for a second.
Okay.
You're gonna get
Okay,
cursed and
Sweet
grow wings.
inventory.
I'm gonna get what?
What?
I'm gonna get what?
Blurst.
What?
Blessed and cursed. Oh, wow. That cool color. There you go. Add this to your equipment.
What is it?
We'll say
What is it?
it is a shard of the Is rune.
Oh, okay.
Click that. I'll go ahead and attune it for you. It is
Oh.
attuned. A shard
Service.
of the East Rune, and you may click on it to observe its properties. Now that you have attuned and are now cognizant of them,
Properties.
you now have a sort of intrinsic knowledge of this item as it is magically threaded through your being.
It's a good item,
It's incredible.
by the way.
if you look at this,
Yeah.
as you
Like-
see it, it's pretty fucking cool. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that I
I
couldn't
as
quite.
Joe would have attuned it. Morgan did not
Ooh.
know.
Right.
I have an
Oh.
ice maker now.
You are?
It's got cool shit.
Yeah.
You're like a fridge.
I am like a fridge. I have resistance to fire damage. Really? Woohoo! I'm gonna use that a little
It's
while
another
ago.
one.
Uh,
We got another.
This party is preparing to walk directly into hell itself, okay?
Geek.
icy mantle protection. Ooh, I can make ice shields? That's amazing. Okay. Cast. Oh, another spell? Fuck yeah.
And it's got a really good spell save DC too. It's DC 17.
Oh, they're fucked.
Mhm.
I can't save that unless they're good rollers.
Yeah.
Oh, I can transfer the magic to a non-magical item. What? Does it leave the magical item until go into that thing?
Yes, it will render the shard destroyed.
Okay.
Oh.
It will spend the shard, but you can take these properties that are already on it and put it on either
Something else.
a cloak,
cool.
or a pair of boots.
I think it does a different thing depending on what you put it on too.
Yes.
You
I
can
can
walk
make
on
That
water.
I don't know exactly.
Yes, if you put it on a cloak, the cloak will require attunement, but it'll still give you the previous properties. You have resistance to fire and frost friend, right? And you have advantage on dex and stealth checks in the snow.
Right. But then you can't do the spell anymore because it's Shire just gone, right? Is that right?
Let me look at the other one. Walk on water. And ignore difficult terrain altogether. Well, that's cool.
Like Jesus.
Like Jesus! Who's that guy?
What?
Is he cool? Is he cool?
Well, you're cooler now.
Ah.
We'll freeze that bridge when we come to it.
Okay. Get it. Awesome. So powerful. And resistance to fire damage. Yes.
Join the club. Triple.
Woo! High five! Yeah! two hands up and do a triangle. Yeah.
We're practically a family now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aw. Can I be the mommy? Sorry.
Sorry, what?
Great. You are attuned to the Shard of the East Rune, and the hour has passed.
That's awesome.
Short rest has been taken.
All right, so
Bee stuff, you guys! And it was like touch little puddles.
Yes,
was there any?
there are puddles forming around the heart of the Remoraz that you can touch. And they do freeze back up. Small puddles.
Awesome.
Was there any more doors in the room below? Did we fully explore that area?
The dining hall had you made your lap around the hall. There did not seem to be any additional passageways or doors from that chamber.
Okay, so we're ready to. I just point to the main door. Are we ready to go, or is there anything else?
I think you're good.
Which door are you talking about? Are you talking about the archway or the doors through which you entered?
Yeah, I guess the archway.
Arshnag. Well, we haven't found much for answers about our ordning problem.
Guess we're pressing forward.
Or do we go down here?
There is
Yeah, we look
something I
down.
wish to try.
Or that's where
Have we? Unless you get, unless you guys have done it while I was breaking up. Did you try touching the axe to the rune thing that triggered the trap before?
Not yet.
That has not
Put
been
it in the
attempted.
statue hand.
While you're breaking up, that did not occur.
Yeah, yeah.
But
All right.
I want to suggest that.
All right,
Okay.
Arshnag will.
All right, hold on.
All right.
Not yet. Hold on. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, you've moved your
Because
token.
Morgan
That's right.
believes that. Yeah, Morgan believes that this is just a test to see if you're a giant or not.
Oh.
So he will
I
pick
didn't
up.
realize that the teapot had been left behind.
Oh yeah, wasn't dragged. He picks up the axe, takes it over to the archway.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready now that I know how it works. I'm gonna get ready with my counter spell just in case.
Okay, you've got your reaction just ready to go. You're
It's a reaction, so I don't have to ready it.
yeah. So
But
your head's
I'm
on
on guard.
your head's on a
I'm
swivel.
on guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
as much as it can be.
Yo, tilt me up. No, guys, tilt me up a little bit so I can see the ceiling. I don't know who's carrying you at the moment.
Next.
He's in the giant's beard. Harshnag.
I thought.
Okay.
Okay.
He takes the massive steel great axe, takes a knee, leans it down to the east rune, touches the corner of one of the blades to it. Vroom. 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 And the blue swirling mist, the blue mist that is coalesced in this archway begins to further solidify and swirl and become a spinning vortex of bright white and faint blue glowing light that pulsates
Throw a rock into it.
and then stops swirling but remains a white circle filling the archway. Harshnag, holding this axe, is suddenly empty-handed
Oh,
as
Hey,
the
you're right.
as the
Definitely did something.
as the axe appears back in the hands of the statue.
hey.
Oh,
Okay.
When I see the axe appear back and nothing happened, I'll come back in.
Does that bring back any memories, Harshnag?
No. So long ago, as far as I remember, we paid respects to Anam in this room.
How many runes are there on the door?
6.
One for each statue.
Oh.
Harshnag. Because I thought it was only the axe. But can you remove the other statue? Try it with this one. I don't remember which one this is.
That is the storm giant statue that is holding, I believe, a spear.
Can you try removing the spear?
No, trident.
Do we know?
Did trident.
Do we know what any of the other runes are? Like,
You did
can
not.
we identify which one?
You were unable to identify when last you looked. The glowing white circle still pulses in front of you in the archway.
I want to. Is there a pebble or something I can pick up?
It's probably in a
Just some
a
kind of
loose
piece
shard of ice.
can I make a
debris,
snowball for you?
debris or something. I just want to, toss something in there, see if it bounces back or goes through or what.
You grab a piece of ice, and this swirling white circle, this
Yeah.
glow, pulsing really white circle, this white light.
I like underhand it, so it's a soft toss.
And it's just gone.
It enters this light, and there's a little ripple, and it passes through. As you are observing this portal, the white begins to slowly, like you step out from a dark room into the snow, right? It's much like this, in fact, just looking at the bloom. It's this bright light, but your eyes begin to adjust to it, and you see faintly a room beyond this mist. And if you listen and you do hear this sort of low, like the sound of rolling thunder that just gently throbs, echoing through the halls of the temple.
Shay, is that it? Does it look like we can go through?
Maybe we should some sort
We
of
can see the room
arcane
now.
arcana.
There appears to be some manner of room beyond the archway.
But I can't see the ice that I tossed.
Make a perception check.
Let's see, do I have anything useful?
11.
And a small piece of ice.
Pick up a bigger piece of ice and toss it through. Now that we can
Yep,
see the room clearly.
All right, I ain't finna Nova on detect magic, but actually, I can take 10 minutes to cast it as a ritual, right?
Detect magic?
Yeah.
I can too. You want to take 10 minutes? I'll do it, and you can do it. And we can both have good sight.
Yeah, because I don't trust it to just start stepping in.
That's why I threw a rock.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, I
Oh.
wanna. Yeah, I want to take 10 minutes. Start mind incanting, ritualing, detect magic.
And I'll be for realsy doing a ritual of it.
You're both
It'll help you
casting,
imagine
both
it.
casting as a ritual.
Yeah.
Both doing detect
Yeah.
magic.
Anything you can do, I also can do.
Anyone else doing?
Except for,
Anyone else doing something
Any-
while they sit down and
Mm,
begin to
Can I
magic?
shoot an Eldritch Blast into it?
Do you?
Yes.
Try.
Okay. Bring that back up. Vroom. On the other side, in the room, it scatters against the floor.
Okay.
Oh, it didn't go through?
No,
It
it did go through.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Just remember the
Passes,
spell I really
passes through
want.
the archway and just.
If we get close to it, does it feel like it's going to disintegrate the flesh?
How does that feel?
Painful.
As you approach it, it feels. You know how when you have your, if you have your hand submerged in water, right? And as you're lifting your hand out of the water, when you get to the surface, there's that moment of vacuum that like kind of wants to keep your hand from leaving the water. It's like that surface tension feeling as you get close. It's like that sort of like it's this very, very gentle draw.
I want to go in.
Do you go in?
I want to. It feels like a
I'll-
trap.
I'll go with you.
Do what you want?
We'll
Okay.
protect you. I'll
Okay,
protect you.
I'm gonna grab Brandy's hand and we're gonna walk in.
Fucking
I'm just
predator.
sitting
you
there
on
in the
the
middle of my
side.
ritual,
Woo! Yeah, so
and I just sigh to
Do you
myself
just-
as I'm in the middle of it.
you're doing your thing. You're playing the keyboard. You know, it's whatever your ritual is doing, and Dane and Brandy just whoop.
My-
Whoop!
You see them.
See you guys on the other side.
You see them just gently, this little ripple of the air, just bloop, as they bloop their way through and appear
So re-roll your characters.
Oh fuck.
and appear here. I will place you in a place.
The place?
Ooh, Brandy.
Bye.
We did it, and then high five.
Okay.
I think these are. Yeah.
I'm finishing my ritual anyway.
Okay.
Me too.
Oh, there's a
Ooh, ooh.
there's a guy.
He
Um,
seems a little bit more fun-sized for you.
Fun size.
You two better hope he's not violent, because you're alone.
Okay. In Harshnag's beard, you continue your ritual of detect magic. Tovar will join. I guess it sounded like Morton, Shidani, were you going in as well?
No, I'm finishing my ritual.
You are still finishing your ritual?
Yeah?
I will.
Shidani will
I'll
go
follow.
Because I
Seems like a
wonder what
yeah.
kind of magic it is.
in. Harshnag
Thing is,
will
when
Harshnag
the
will
teapot and I agree on a thing.
approach Morgden, take the teapot very gently out of the beard, place it on the ground next to Morgden,
Wait.
and go in as well.
Well, I guess this is goodbye, teapot.
I will see you inside. And enters.
Teapot doesn't respond. He's just doing his ritual.
Yeah, I'll just kind of move you around a little bit to make room for a big giant boy. Here you go. I'll put him down
is
here.
your ritual? I am blue. Blue.
There you go.
Indeed. Indeed.
And let's get Observer in there
No,
too.
it's a mix of Eiffel 65 and Scatman.
Love it.
Oh, there's a crack in it. Skibbity-bitty-yum-da-dum-dup. Why can
Mine is a mix
Observer see
of
those? That's dumb.
Hook by the Blues Traveler and Alphabet Aerobics. Figure that one out.
Let's
Okay.
put these on the fucking map layer. Or the... On the GM layer. Does it still emanate light? Does. Actually, it doesn't. Does it? Whatever. I believe you guys can see. So,
I can see a
entering
little bit.
this space. Oh, a little bit? Well, fuck. Then let's put that on the right
I can
layer.
see with my torch around me. Yeah.
Let me grab these then. Grab these light sources. So when you're able
I
to
could
see
see the guy whenever you put the torches icons on. I could see the guy.
let's put it on the map layer. Will that still show the little icon? It does. That's stupid. I don't like that it shows the torch icon.
Put it on
Yeah.
the dynamic lighting layer.
Can I move it to there? Let me see. It's on the map right now. There we go.
Da-ba-dee-da-ba-da,
Go away.
da-ba-dee-da-ba-da.
Let's just go into dynamic lighting and put these here.
There you go.
Oh, that looks nice. There's no icons there.
Good. Good.
Ooh.
Yeah, I wish clicking on the torch icon let you just put them there, and they would just go to the
Yeah.
dynamic lighting layer. But
I mean, they shouldn't be.
Yeah, they shouldn't be-
visible to players in the first place.
At
but
all,
yeah,
right.
that's-
anyway, you enter this room. See that beyond this rumbling, thundering archway is a hexagonal chamber whose walls rise 50 feet before tapering up to a 90-foot high apex. Standing aligned with each corner of the room is a life-size statue of a giant, smaller, of course, than the worship chamber, but still quite large to you all. Each holding up a heavy iron lantern with one raised arm. Each of the types of giants are represented. a cold magical light, like, the blue LED sort of light, radiates from each lantern, illuminating a giant corpse lying on the floor beneath a shroud of frost in the middle of the room. It appears that it's been there for some time, though preserved by the cold.
Can't save him.
Next to the body rests a giant frost-covered morning star.
I can save him.
Just say Mew might be able to do something once, we get in there.
So, begin
Let's
investigating.
As you approach this corpse, the layer of misty frost, like dry ice, begins to spin around this body, swirl together. A humanoid shape, though large as giant, coalesces from this mist.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Who are you?
Have you just been chilling out over here?
I am Aegeron. Who are you?
We're your friends.
Yeah, I'm Brandon Edge 303. Nice to meet you.
I'm Dane. Hello.
Is this you?
Hello.
You the same guy who's on the floor here? Is that you?
He looks down. This spirit you see, apparently, Mew is not here, but Dane, with Mew, had met Cloud Giant in person before. This appears to have the smooth, one would say beautiful features of a Cloud Giant.
Oh,
Though obviously ethereal, translucent in this misty, sort of incorporeal form, looks to be, you would say, perhaps the echo of a giant in their relative upper middle age.
Do you know Zephyrus?
And he looks down at the body. Tragically, yes.
Oh, no.
I once was the man. I say he was. I once was the one you see before you, broken here in this temple. I came here with my son, seeking wisdom from the oracle. We indeed found such wisdom. But my son did not like what he heard, and turned on me. And here I lie. What brings you here? You seek wisdom as well.
Yes. Yes.
Well, you have the hopes of this old spirit, that your revelations bring you better fortune than mine.
what did you learn here?
My son Blagothkis and I came here. I know not how long it's been, having left my mortal body behind. But we sought wisdom and learned of a great upheaval that would upset the balance of power in the world, that giants would turn on one another, vie for power, and create strife. All in an effort to bring glory to their race and impress the giant gods. The oracle told Blagothkis that he would never impress the gods enough to earn favor. The oracle urged me to step out. Oh, sorry. I misspoke. The oracle told me that I could never impress the giants, gods enough. But not for lack of valiance, but simply that it is not within the hands of one to step into the realm of the gods. My son argued at this. The oracle warned me of a darkness in him. That his dark shadow would be of no help in seeking favor, and he flew into a rage, slaying me where you see.
Guess
If-
you
We're
wouldn't-
sorry.
I'm sorry about that. Sorry to hear that.
It is
That's awful.
tragic, yes.
If it's sadly the giant war is apparently already happening. So
Yeah.
Ah,
we've had attacks all over.
then truly he had no hope in impressing the gods with his cruel ambition. I wish it did not have to be that way. That he would shown restraint and patience. Maybe it could have gone differently. But I can help.
So you can tell us about the ordning?
I can tell you about the oracle.
Hmm.
Around you, you look to the ground. And if you cast your eyes down, you see that there's a 20-foot diameter mithril inlaid circle beneath this frost layer that obfuscated it to some degree. Around this time, your detect magic ritual's complete, with the meandering long speech of the ghost, and me having to double check my details, and it still flips something, but it's fine.
I look to Morgan, or look at, kind of get his attention. Well,
Why would you? Why would you walk through a portal? You have no idea what it is. I'll lift. I'll lift.
That is true, and also, I have a feeling that we both felt stupid enough to stubbornly finish.
Yes. Well, I had a plan. I'll lift you up if you want. I'll make sure it's okay.
I,
'Cause I was burned before.
yeah. Go ahead, go ahead.
I want to see if I can sense a difference in the aura, or the magical aura on all of the runes, and see if I can match it up with the weapons.
Make an Arcana check.
Can I
Especially
help?
since we now have the.
If you'd like to do the same.
Yeah, that's why I said it out loud, because I was saying it to him.
Oh, then yeah, definitely. Oh,
Because we can definitely compare ice to ice now. So we know one aura is the same. Alright,
Wow.
well, fuck me, I guess.
I rolled a 4, so 15.
Arcana, I rolled a 1, so 5.
Ah.
So glad I wasted 10 minutes.
15. What you do see around this portal is indeed a much more perceptible conjuration magic, a much more condensed and potent aura of conjuration magic. The runes and the weapons, there does not appear to be great difference between the magics on the runes or weapons.
And
Mostly that they have that conjuration flavor to them.
one thing I do want to, like, Mew would be curious about is across this misty and white circle thing. Does it look like it is in the same place, or does it look like this is some kind of transportation doorway? Like, does it look like the other side is connected to here geographically?
Yeah, like, are we
Make a perception
teleport?
check.
If we go through it, we would teleport to a faraway place or, like, somewhere relatively near? You said perception?
Perception.
Yep.
Ah, no, stay on it.
Mhm.
Just saw the 20 and just went away slowly. Still
Okay.
17.
Better than my 14.
You both see that beyond the portal, the room that is visible, you now see Harshnag, and you see faintly in the distance, some 60, 80 feet away from from where this entrance leads, a pale, misty figure. The stone and the architecture appear similar to your surroundings. As far as like taking out like cartographer, like a surveyor's tool, and like using the lens to like gauge distance, and like there's no frame of reference.
Yeah.
You simply see that this portal itself leads directly into a new space.
Feels like it matches.
It does look like it matches.
Okay.
Material and design wise.
I'll take that.
Shall we?
Should we join them then?
It seems safe enough.
They appear in
I'll walk
conversation.
through. Yeah, we'll walk through.
You feel that very subtle pull as you step through, and it just easily, like a almost like a membrane of, like the air blade dryers, but more gentle. Just so this membrane of just whoosh passes over you, and you quite easily and comfortably step into the other side. Turn behind you to see the large statue chamber on the other side as well. It seems to be a very stable, contiguous sort of portal. You see now the aura of a ghost. With detect magic up, you can see that this is a spectral entity speaking to your friends. No distinct aura of magic is on the ghost. You don't see anything like necromancy. You don't see necromantic magic. This appears to be simply a restless spirit. On the floor, however, you do see kind of fading in and out, like crackling power that it's not there constantly, but just like every now and then it's like an arc of electricity would jump from a surface to another. You see just divination
In that circle?
around this circle. It is.
I won't step into the circle at all. I'll walk around it.
It's not constant, but just every now and then you see like kind of waiting to burst through, like this divination energy. Just
Make sure to point Mew towards that for a second.
I
I'm not
would
going to
see
step
it
in there
too.
if I can avoid it.
Yes, let's not. And greetings, spirit. Fox, what is this about?
Oh, this is
hello.
Aegeron. His son, Blagothkis killed him, and
Yeah, he
he's
was
kind
just telling us his sad story, and
yes,
hopefully we're gonna get some information about this whole giant war.
my son's despair and envy, hearing that his father had a nobler spirit than he, slew me in cold blood.
Cool. It's cool.
But I can help. The circle around you. You see,
Feels like a waste of a perfectly good betrayal reveal.
you see that there's a dwarvish script inlaid in this circle.
Oh yeah.
Approach the
Could you perhaps
circle.
help us translate it?
If you approach the circle and speak the words, ask thy question and know truth.
So
I
is it
will
like,
step inside the circle.
oh,
He told me to.
You
You
step,
said approach, not step in. As you're
you step in-
breaking
you
the
step inside
threshold, I'm
the-
like, you
the
said
circle.
approach, not step in.
and
Too late though.
stand before this specter.
Dang.
And he just sorrowfully still looks down.
One day we're going to have a talk about stomping through magic.
And he will recite in Dethic, the dwarvish, or rather the script is called Dethic, but he will recite in dwarvish. Ask that question and know truth. For you to speak
giant
for you to speak
speaking
in dwarvish.
Ooh.
You do see that the make a history check.
Everyone or Dane?
Just Dane. And Harshnag,
20.
actually. 20. Fabulous. Harshnag are pretty good too. You see, one of the things you're able to pick up from your introduction to Giant, your crash course in Giant history, is that there is an important rune that that is important to all giants is Kong, which means king, and it is associated with Anum. A large inscription is within this circle of that rune. When you recite the words to summon the oracle, you will have 6 questions. Anyone within the circle may ask altogether up to 6 questions, which is to say the circle has 6 charges, basically, and whoever asks the question. You will receive truth, whether it is what you wish or not. And he just casts his sorrowful eyes down to his corpse.
Aww.
Oh, so what should we ask?
How do we
I think we need to discuss that.
Yes,
do we
I think
beat
we
the,
should discuss it.
how do we beat the floating city in the sky?
I'll tell
Like,
you
will
what.
it give us instructions, or will it, like, is it a yes or no? Is it a magic 8-ball? What are we doing?
This is a perfect time to go ahead and take our first break for the evening, as you will have some time to deliberate and consider your options for these 6 valuable questions to the oracle.
Who
So,
got the nicest ass?
Oh, that's me.
No, it's me.
Veronica, go on.
the answer is subjective now. You you will have some time
Dear
here.
Magic Circle, what do you desire?
All right, so thank you so much for joining us on this adventure. For stepping to the oracle with us. Go ahead and grab yourselves a drink, grab a snack, grab a pap, whatever you got to do in order to come back fully refreshed to inquire before this mystical source of knowledge. When we return shortly. See you soon.
All right.
We have
There
how
we
many
go.
questions? Really?
Done.
Really?
Really?
No
Really? Really?
way.
Really?
Are you sure?
Really? Are you sure?
Fuck,
You
that's
have
9.
one
Welcome back, everyone.
question
We
left.
the party continues to deliberate.
What should I ask?
Apologies if the break went a little long. I got myself some tea and I'm observing the dynamics here.
Yeah,
So
and I
We
had
also-
a pretty severe internet drop.
Just so we don't forget, we did make a judgment call, or our DM made a judgment call,
yes,
that we have 9 questions, not 6.
it will be 9 for reasons of my own.
And then we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what the fuck we should ask.
All right. Well, I'm definitely ready for this.
I'm never going to be ready for this, so let's go.
Dane's in the circle.
Can somebody pick me up?
Sorry, hold on a second.
Take me to the circle.
Oh, I'm holding you. I'll hand you to Brandy,
Okay.
and I'll step into the circle too, because I believe we heard that's the way it goes.
I'll step
Welcome
in
back.
with Morgan.
I'm back.
Kitty wants to play and or lead.
Hello.
So just
Kitties.
had to open the door for the kitty.
You should always scritch kitties behind the ears. Trust me, I'm an expert.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
All right. Well, we have an oracle to ask questions to here.
let's get on them.
Everyone be careful with your questions. Don't ask things that will waste them.
Let's
Harshnag.
have
Well,
That's how come around.
Bernadette will look up
Red.
longingly at Harshnag without saying anything.
Don't ask things that you can answer for yourself
Yes.
he'll
with straight talking.
you see Harshnag going over to the frost giant statue and just
So how big is Hashnag's donger? Oh, darn, we wasted one.
All right, my friends. Let's test how reliable this oracle is, shall we?
I'm bracing myself in case some shit goes down when we say these words, or when these words are said.
Oracle. Where are located all currently active destruction orbs in this world?
Don't we have to say the Dwarvish first?
you hear silence.
Mr.
Right. We did miss the first half of this conversation. Is there a process to this?
I believe Aegeron said he would help us with the translation to say the words to start the questions.
Yes, Aegeron will
And I'll look at Aegeron and say, will we have to make our questions in Dwarvish, or will it understand common?
The divine words of the oracle were inscribed in dwarvish script, and as such, speaking it will activate the oracle's presence. Questions may be asked in whatever language you choose. We asked ours
Ooh.
in giant tongue.
I see. Well, are
Wait,
we all ready
what
then?
did it say in giant tongue? I missed that last word.
We asked
last word.
our questions.
Oh,
We only made it to 3 questions before tragedy struck, but we asked ours in giant.
Well, if everyone is ready, Sir Spirit, could you activate the oracle for us?
or tell us the words to.
Yes, he
Translate.
he gave you he did they are asked that question in no truth, but he will pronounce it in dwarvish for you,
Mithra, golden Mithra.
more or less. So whomever speaks this aloud, you do so.
Since I asked him, I'll say it.
Okay. With your detect magic still up, barely, because
Yeah.
it took a while to come to terms on your questions. But you're reaching the tail
I
end.
talk slowly.
The tail end of this detect magic. You see this circle, this crackling divination energy, just become. You two see this. You two see this white beam. Just a wall of light, really, a wall of this divination aura, just shoot to the ceiling. everyone else without detect magic on, you see the mithril inlaid on the inscription on the floor. You see that you do see it sort of pulse a pale blue. Boom, boom, and the circle makes itself evident, much like the glowing purple trap did. There's this delicate thrum of pale blue light on this sigil.
Is that all right? Let's try this again. Oracle, where are located all the active destruction orbs in this world?
These orbs of power and destruction two lie in the hands of their creators. One resides among you.
Two more. While not all
No,
that
the other
precise,
no.
it seems reliable.
I believe the other two have gone off,
I'll say
or at least one of them has.
I specifically asked for active ones.
I will say, because location was requested, not vagaries. It will further say that the creators of the water orb lie in the swirling waters beneath the somber hills. The creator of the fire orb stands before a sorrowful titan of fire. Also beneath the somber hills.
All right.
Which we would know is kind of where we were, right?
Oh,
Gotcha.
We would have to return there. We knew we were going to have to return there anyway, so that's good to know that there's fucking active ones there.
This works for me.
As the oracle speaks, the lantern held by the northwestern giant goes out.
That's neat.
Oh, I have an
Alright.
above table question. And I don't know if Mew got it, but I'm not. I don't see the room we're in. I still see the room with the statues.
Oh.
Where the
No,
portal was.
Were you not
I
dragged
see the
over?
right
I
one.
apologize. I meant to bring that up.
Where's your...
I figured you had to drag us somewhere.
I dragged myself there, so I'm in the right room.
Where is Morgdon?
I don't see it. I'm still.
Oh, geez, you're right here.
Yeah.
You're in the wall. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
You're like
Okay,
just
thank
kinda
you. Sorry about that.
up right into the blackness.
I just realized I didn't see the right room.
There you
so
go. So
I
you're-
wanted to feel included.
yeah, you are in here, and because
Okay.
the light is doing a cool thing.
Pretty cool.
Oh, sweet.
Ooh.
Ah, that's so cool.
The light goes out.
Observer can see it, but
Mar-
the light one.
Marden.
Here it is.
Yeah, there's a little bit of radius for observer, but it'd been out, and it's
Morgan, this is
Yes?
working. Ask about the ordering.
How can we restore or fix the ordering in the shit? How did I want to word this? Fuck, I had it in my head. In the most peaceful manner. Most peaceful manner, not necessarily completely peaceful. In case that's not available.
Seeds of evil in Hecaton's court. Stir the ambitions of the giants and displease Arnhem further. Find a magic conch of the Storm King Hecaton. Use it to travel to Maelstrom and root out this evil.
Sounds easy enough.
May I ask clarification for notes on the spelling of the names?
Hecaton?
Annam.
Oh, Annam. Annam the Allfather is Annam.
Okay, Annam. That's spelled. And just travel a maelstrom and root out the evil.
Hecaton is spelled very
Hecaton.
Greek. It's Hekaton.
Okay.
All right. I think I got that.
You see the torch on the north side of the room. Your observer. Or not observer, but come here, you. In the hands of the stone giant statue.
I'll look at Shidani.
Oh, that's cool.
I'll look at Shidani and motion that maybe she should ask the next one. I have them written down if you don't remember.
Yeah. What was the next one?
We had the one on how, if we want to ask how to convince Arisi to give us the wind weapon, or I think
was
that's
her
the only
name?
main one we had.
Erisi Kalina.
Arisi.
Yeah.
That's it. Hey, how do we talk Arisi into giving us the wind weapon?
The ambitions of the wind priestess are beyond reason. Her possession of this key will be given up with her life, or otherwise unwillingly.
Yeah.
I think that tells us how our plan should be.
The light in the hands of the storm giant remains lit,
I would like to.
but Aegoron's specter from the knees down begins to fade away.
Oh no!
Good shit.
I don't want to take up a whole bunch of time, but are we allowed to ask each other questions and not have it count towards that thing answering?
I'm not going to be a hard ass about that shit.
Because that's all I believe we had written down for the overall.
No,
I have
there
a question. I
was
might ask it.
there was still 2 questions.
I had a. Those were personal questions. And if we're going to
Dane,
do
feel
personal
free.
questions, I would not mind.
Yeah, thank.
Feel free
Yeah,
to.
do you want to ask one
Whomever
of those?
wants
Use
to.
a-
Whomever,
use
in
a-
fact, you could ask questions at the same time. Like it can be chaotic, but the Oracle will make its own decisions as magic
Well,
goes.
since if Igron is going away, can we ask him where, like, how do we rest his spirit? Like, is his son gonna be like on the bad
I
side
believe-
of the ordning, or like is he gonna be coming up against us? Can we find out from this guy where he lives? Because maybe he
I
knows
believe-
where his son lives.
Asking the questions is what's settling his spirit, but
Mhm.
that's
Like,
just what I
like he
thought.
was in limbo because.
Unfinished questions, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, how's his son doing? What's his son up to?
Oh no.
You ask.
Are you asking that to the Oracle?
Are you
I
really
don't
asking that?
I'm just proposing questions. I hope I didn't answer this.
Is that just running through your head, or do you ask that?
Yeah,
You ask that?
I know. I'm practically muting and unmuting. No, I'm just posing questions if we have one left. Like, how's to put his spirit at ease? Should we find out what his son is doing?
I don't think that's super important.
Yeah.
His son killed him, so
Like I think
Oh.
basically if you're asking each other questions, you can just step outside the circle real quick.
Yeah.
And powwow.
I would
Yeah,
just-
just like
if we're
huddle
going
up
to
and-
ask-
Well,
personal
I'm on
questions.
your hip, so I'm gonna say, how about we get all the important information out of the way?
Okay, I just feel bad for a guy who's disappearing. That's all.
he's lived a
He's
good.
disappearing because his usually ghosts stick around because they have business unfinished. If he's disappearing, his business is finishing.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's good.
That's just what I'll say. I don't care if it's true or not.
Mhm.
All right, let me aid in the proceedings then.
Oh, we do have another one about Nevereen's weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
And about the
But I don't think
which
Mew
giants
is
are
gonna
our
ask.
allies.
I don't think Mew is
And
gonna
then-
ask about Neverim's weaknesses. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna.
What are Nevereen's weaknesses?
There it is.
Neverim,
four?
the shadow dragon, is not to be trusted, as all ancient dragons cannot be trusted. Pride is their common downfall. The frost giant lantern.
Okay.
I think we had one more question. We're at 4, right?
Yeah.
That is
1,
four.
So
2,
5.
3, 4.
Well, we already
Also-
know how to fix the ordning. Do we want to ask that other one about the ordning? About allies?
Yes.
Someone
Okay.
else want to word it? Because I don't think I had that written down. Oh wait, yeah. Are there
D-
giants we could befriend to help? You can ask. Sorry.
Dear Oracle, love your work. My question is as follows: which giants are our allies in restoring the ordning? Is that
Which giants are? Can you repeat
Are
that so I
like-
can write it down?
Those giants who would see the ordning restored one stands among you. King Hecaton, when last known, had this desire. His daughter Sarissa wishes the reclamation of order. Do not seek allyship with her sisters, or the one among the court named Iemrith. That's IYMRITH.
Oh,
Right.
nice.
I was missing a
Imran.
Y.
I'll say that correctly when I read it.
Iemrith, yeah.
Limerick. Okay.
I mean, it does follow the Ein room.
This one wears the guise of a giant, but is not.
Oh,
I know what you're...
The
Oh shit.
fire lantern,
Subterfuge.
fire dragon lantern.
I step out so I can ask the group. Are there any other pertinent questions to what we're doing?
Yes, I believe
Currently.
so.
I'm gonna ask my first new question. Oracle. Which giant is fittest to rule above all others?
While the absent Hecaton has ruled through stalwart presence and power, his daughter, Sarissa, who sits atop the Wormskull throne now, seeks a path of temperance and kindness. The Cloud Giant's lantern remains lit. Egoron's specter fades up to his chest, leaving a bust of a visage, spectral visage, that seems to be lost in a almost like a rapture of one like speaking in tongues almost, but he's says nothing, but they sort of not pained, not euphoric, but a sort of enthralled sort of rapture as his remaining chest and chin stares upward, speechless.
Oh
He's been
Don't be
dead a
sad,
long
he's passing-
time.
Oh,
It's
that's
prob-
sad though.
He's going to somewhere better than being alone in this room.
Yeah.
You have more questions?
Yeah,
That's 6.
we have 3 left.
Yeah.
I will step back into the circle. And in Celestial, I will ask. I had wording in my head. The other day, when I wandered out on my own, and felt great pain, and emitted fire, and vomited acid, and heard a voice in my head. What was the cause of that?
In Celestial, you hear back. A champion of Tiamat seeks to reclaim lost bonds with his progeny.
I get very pale, walk out of the circle, and sit against the wall. Assuming that was the end of the answer.
It was.
Okay, I'm inspired by the idea.
And
Muse go-
the cloud giant lantern.
oh, clear out the way.
Yes.
Oh no.
Muse gonna ask, kind of taking the initiative, in deep speech.
Okay. You hear this foreign alien tongue emanating from Mew.
How can I restore my form
Oh,
to
fuck.
that of the powerful lich I once was?
Returned in deep speech. To restore that which has been lost, great sacrifice must be undertaken. The power of life and soul must accumulate in great number. And infused into the shell of that which once was.
Switching back to common, I'm gonna say to Brandy. Brandy. You, you should ask it about yourself.
About me? Hmm.
With that last question, appropriately enough, Mew,
Mm-hmm.
you see Agaron's ghost.
Fully vanish.
May.
Oh. So sad that he's gone. Kind of like,
Never
I
name
don't
them.
know.
Never name them.
It's not a pet, but I don't know what to ask about Mimu. Yes.
You woke up. You have no idea where you're from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Spoiled for choice.
I will.
I mean, you can ask anything.
I'll walk into the circle and I'll be kind of thinking about it. Hey, Oracle, where should I go to find out where I came from?
It's very middleman.
Where's the middleman I could speak to get the answer you could give?
I don't know.
And no, I'm being an asshole. I just like the idea of a middleman.
Is he hot?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna give you a chance to reword that.
Okay.
Because
What?
the answer would be here.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the circle is the middleman.
To be honest.
What would you ask the middleman, I believe is what he's asking you to ask.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Where do I come from? Who am I? What do I do?
I
Oh,
get it.
Okay.
These questions are hard.
Yeah.
I
Like-
will give you that. I'll give you that opportunity. Because to take it at the letter, like not to do some monkey's paw shit, but like to take. That would be the answer.
I haven't thought about it in a while. Having so much fun with you guys. Come on.
The monkey closes a finger, but then extends the middle.
Yeah,
I
you,
know what
you
that
gotta
means.
like what are my origins? Where do I come from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're spoiled for choice.
Yeah, definitely.
Where-
What
Lot of ways.
is my favorite color? Wait, no. The circle just laughs at you. Really?
Really? What is the answer to the universe?
All right,
42.
Oracle, you're so
Okay,
smart.
that one right.
What's my favorite color then?
You're so
Um,
smart. Okay.
What am I thinking of right now?
I'll reword it. I'll just do a rewind.
Mhm.
Oracle, can you tell me where I come from?
Now we're talking.
Okay.
A great ivory city in the skies of long ago. You were created at the hands of those who would see war. But became you in the presence of those who would love. The Storm Lantern. Leaving only the pale glow of the portal illuminating, casting eerie dancing shadows from the statues in the now quiet room.
Aw.
8 + 1 makes 9.
Conflicting shadows, in fact, with the Gert's Great Axe of Harshnag.
And my little torch still up.
Oh, yeah, you need a little torch as well. So there are a few dancing shadows from the statues no longer casting their own illumination.
I'm gonna go over to Morgden, and out of ear. Hopefully, she went over where everyone's out of earshot. I'll be like, I'll say in Celestial, "Did you throw up
Nice.
acid? Are you okay? What happened to you?"
That night,
Is that
that night that I left you all in the tavern, when you were talking about enslaving a soul for a meal. I was
Huh?
walking. I felt an incredible amount of pain everywhere all at once. Flame emitted from my body, and I vomited acid. And I heard a voice in my head saying, "Son."
Dad
And
made
as
you
it
throw
turns
up?
out, my dad is in the service of the God of Evil Dragons, basically,
Holy
which is the opposite of what he was when I was conceived, which really helped explain why I look the way I do.
holy shit!
And it turns out he wants me.
Like as a disciple? Like as a warrior?
You heard what I did. He seeks to reclaim a bond with me. I have
Ah,
absolutely no intention.
I was trying to joke it off. Maybe he just wants to get together for holidays. Ah.
I had hoped, to be honest, I had hoped he was dead long ago.
Oh. Is he
I
coming
don't
after
know a
you
lot
here
of what
from you
happened,
and
but I know that when he left, it was not under good circumstances, and obviously it had terrible repercussions.
how about this? If you're in danger, I will protect you.
I appreciate that.
Hmm.
And I'll do the same for you.
If you ever have to throw up acid or anything, I could probably heal you up afterwards if that hurts. So let me know. Don't just suffer
I
through that.
appreciate that. It's happened once. I didn't know what it was. But
That sounds awful.
my fear is, I asked because my fear is if I'm with you guys, it could be trouble from more than just me.
Well, that's why you have friends, so we can face it together.
Sounds much better than me calling myself a burden on everyone.
Exactly. You want to talk about it with everyone else, or should we just keep us between us celestial talkers?
I'll bring it up with others later. Shidani knows what happened. I'll talk with her
Okay.
about it at least. Decide how big a threat it is.
Okay. Well, yeah.
He was a strong paladin of Bahamut before I was born. So I would hazard to guess his strength has grown since. That's what my mother told me anyway.
Well, if he ever comes up to you and you don't want to talk to him, he's got to go through me first.
I'd rather not see you dead, but if it comes to that, I will help.
I'm going to, if Morgan's ready to stand up, I will help her out.
I will take the help. Thank you. Still pretty pale. I'll go with the rest of the group.
Suppose we're done here now?
Yeah.
Yes. I'll walk back towards the portal.
I'm gonna cast sending. I'm not hiding it.
Okay.
They won't hear the message, but they will hear the casting of the spell. I am casting sending to my Grisgul in my lair.
Okay.
I'm gonna say the following. You must embark on a long journey north to the spine of the world and fetch me, as I must get back home.
You do not hear a response,
Makes sense.
but feel a loyal affirmation.
Well, this was most informative.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Harshnag. Iamrith. I had heard of an advisor in Hecaton's court at Maelstrom. She may be the one prodding the sisters. But how to get there? A conch, it said. Does anyone know anything about that?
Does that ring any bells?
Not to Harshnag, apparently.
What
What a
can I
dummy.
roll to see if that rings any bell?
Don't I have a whole bunch of giant knowledge?
I'll say Dane.
I
History.
will roll history.
Yeah, let's make it history.
Do I? Is that one of the things where I get advantage?
Not advantage, but it lets you do it.
Oh,
Mew
13.
Arcana. Mew can roll Arcana for that.
28.
28.
The fuck?
Okay, so a magic conch. Ah, fuck.
Ah!
She exploded. I was about to answer, and I thought that you had disconnected, but it was Labs, and you went up there. Okay, she's back.
She came back.
There she is. Welcome back. You would consider it to be a... Did you say 23 or 28?
28.
28, okay. It's that side of 5. All right. So you would reckon this to be, as far as you're concerned, primitive, but powerful. A magic conch is a shell through which you toot, and it teleports you to a set location. Dane, with your, what, 15?
13.
13?
You don't know shit.
13 isn't bad.
13's not bad. No,
Not great.
it's not stellar. So not gonna, maybe you might not get as much. But I think with that you would understand that probably somebody who would have something like this to get to a place like that is someone who has business there. So yeah, Mew, you're fucking 28. Yeah, it is something that somebody would use to from any location go essentially cast teleport to a set place. And that set place is of course Maelstrom.
Well, as far as I know from my extensive study of magical items, the purpose of this object would be to get us to that mentioned place, which is the only logical conclusion, I believe. Now, as to where this object is or in whose possession it is, I have no idea. Dang. You've obtained a quite voluminous tome on the subject. Perhaps you have more insight?
Let me consult my memory. Slappy.
What are you asking about?
I'm asking for information on
The thing he just said.
the thing he just said.
Yeah, what was that again? I had another piece of information to digest.
I forgot what it's called.
The conch.
The conch? Yeah.
The conch.
So yeah. So what about it? What are you looking?
Like the information through the history roll.
What you just okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So I give the Arcana perspective.
Yeah. So who would have one?
Yes.
Who would have one with your 13? You reckon somebody who has business frequently in Maelstrom.
Like other giants. Presumably.
Feel free to speculate.
Oh, what about like that Zephyrus cloud giant?
Maybe.
Maybe? I don't know.
Or Count Sessibaka, whatever her name was.
Chewbacca?
Wonderful.
You mean Jessica?
Dusty little
Yes.
baka.
Sessibaka.
Sexy little
what? What?
oh what?
You smell like a baka.
Sorcery. Sorcery or something.
Sansuri.
Jerica.
Sansuri.
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 I heard Sarissa.
That's the princess that we're supposed to support for the ordning.
Harsnack. Okay. There may be a way we can get further information. The Youthcott barbarians have long been a plague of the North. Many giant cultures do appreciate feats and great deeds. An offering from one of the burial mounds of the Youthcart may wrest more information from the Oracle about this location, about this shell. If you wish, we could look into this further. If you think you know where one is, that can save us time. The shell, I mean. Not the mountains.
Do we know where there's?
Deep? It's up to you. What do you think? Yeah, you have.
I'm trying to remember. Like it was way back before this, though, when there was the frickin' remember the robe? They were all about water shit.
Mm-hmm.
The first person that comes to my mind, while she might not have business herself there, but might be in relations somebody who did, is the princess.
Theresa?
Indeed.
Oh,
Sorry.
where do we find her?
I believe our
Theresa
friend here
sits
would
upon
know.
the worm skull throne, so I believe Harshnag would be able to point us in her direction.
She is in Maelstrom. She resides
Oh.
in Maelstrom. That is where the Worm
Oh.
Skull Throne
Oh,
sits.
right.
It is her court we are trying to reach.
Right.
We say it is Hecaton's court, but she rules over it now. In his absence. She is the declared heir.
Do you
I'm
know of
assuming- Harshnag heard all the questions and answers, right?
Well, those you
Yes.
understood, yeah?
Yes.
Well, that's what I mean. So I ask if he knows. Oh God, I told you I wouldn't be able to reread it.
Emerith?
The
Imrith.
cloud giant.
Imrith.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he know of Emer?
He mentioned something. He mentioned hearing about
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
a new advisor.
I think
That he
the
imagines
cloud-
she's that Emerith is pulling the strings of the younger and,
Oh,
and
also-
middle child, or the older and
Also
middle
in
child.
also in the Maelstrom. Sorry.
Also in Maelstrom.
The countess, the cloud giant terrorizing Mirbar. Didn't you mention that she was part of the court?
Yes. Yes.
Then she might have business there on a regular basis.
That would make sense, yes. She is one of the giant lords.
So she might have a conch.
You guys saying it funny.
The giant
Oh.
skunk.
She got a big hanging conker.
Oh my God.
Brandy would like to get her hands on that conch.
Oh fuck yeah.
Dolorous dong and copious conch.
Oh my
Mm.
God.
Morgan. Great. Then that sounds like that might be something to investigate.
We're in luck. We're in luck then.
Sounds like you get to go to the castles after all, Brandy.
We're in luck then, because we have made plans to reach her castle.
Get to be in a castle.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna, I don't know, feel bad for the, also, I have ulterior motives. I'm gonna, like, see if I can, like, put the giant's hands over, like, his, I don't know if he's frozen in place or rigor mortis or whatever.
Okay.
See if I can, like, pose him
Mm.
in his new tomb.
Make
I
a
just wanted a morning star.
make a
And
strength
I'm
check.
Strength check?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm also gonna pick his pockets.
Yes, great. So make a strength check.
That is 19.
Are you
Great.
being stealthy about it so that Harshnag doesn't see you?
So
No, I
She didn't say so, so I'm gonna infer no. So you are able to position. He's on the ground. The body was on the ground, broken, like a death blow was
Yeah.
struck and was left.
Crumpled, yeah.
Clearly not having been looted prior by his son. So you are able
And son
to
doesn't
with
like
great
father.
with like the dragging of like logs, like a fallen tree. You're able to
Huh?
pull massive strength and pull his arms and roll him over. Put hands together onto what you can see is an immaculate, despite having been slain, an undamaged, immaculate breastplate, giant sized. In fact, as I mentioned that you all had detect magic up when you came into the circle. There was no necromancy on the ghost or anything. The corpse did radiate fairly powerful magic.
Because of his armor?
They did see, significant abjuration magic on this breastplate.
Oh. It's giant size. Does Harshnag want it? I guess. This guy's not using it.
Can I ascertain from the magic that I see on it if it's one of those magical items that will adjust to its owner?
It's not unlikely. By now your detect magic is gone, but
Can I just
having-
cast Identify?
certainly
I'll just-
fucking can. You certainly can.
But
I'll say
no, wait. No.
in addition,
Wait,
Wait.
what?
I have a question
Hang on.
before that happens. Do you get that back on a short rest?
no.
Oh no! After each
Oh right,
day.
yeah, it's day. It's by day.
Just keeping us honest.
Yeah, it's true. Also, Brandy, you find
Hmm.
actually on a mundane chain around his neck beneath the breastplate. You can pull out. There is a triangular fire opal
Ooh.
with a rune inscribed therein. It's not like set into. Well, it's actually set. It's not affixed to the chain in a way that is permanent, so it can easily be removed from it. It is 3 inches on each side and half an inch thick, so it's huge for a jewel, but it's small for a giant. In it, you see a rune inscribed. You would recognize this rune to be one that you did see before on the arch. The third one clockwise, opposite the east rune. Like across the circle, you know what I mean? Like zodiac opposite.
Okay. I look at Harshnag. Do you think he would mind if I took this with me?
It seems his spirit is at rest. I'm sure he would have nothing to say.
I guess. Do you have any use for armor? Because this looks nice.
And I'll say
It does.
that looks to be armor. It looks to be armor that anyone could use, Brandy. It will
Oh.
adapt to you.
Yeah, you reckon?
But I am not against giving it to Harshnag. It's been a help.
You reckon that's not unlikely?
Let's take it.
I mean, I don't know if he's wearing armor
No.
right now.
He
so-
is. He is wearing plate. And in fact,
Non-magical.
you, I believe you would have recalled seeing magic on it before.
Okay.
that Harshnag.
Then I would feel less like an asshole saying what I just said. If I knew he had magical armor on. I was just trying to put that out there because
In fact, Harshnag's enchantment, Harshnag, the magic on his armor,
Yeah.
on Harshnag's armor appears to be more powerful.
then I would say, actually, I think he's better kitted out, but this would adapt to your size, say, if you wanted.
Would
So I believe it is.
Well, okay. How do I make
Take
it
it?
We could
smaller
at
so I
least
can take it
and
with me?
check it out.
And we'll check it out
Yes.
later.
I'm interested in that.
Does my
Hopefully, yes.
strength roll help me like take him out of this giant fucking
Yes.
armor?
In fact, it's good you rolled so high because it's gonna take a little doing, but
Okay.
I'll also just stand next to Harshnag and just kind of elbow him and say, I think the lady could use a little help, don't you?
sure.
Wing person.
He'll go. He'll kneel down next to you and offer assistance in unfastening this armor. It does take some time.
Mm-hmm.
We'll bump elbows and we'll blush over a dead corpse.
It's very romantic. Okay, so you're able to take off what currently is giant size, but you understand a breastplate to be medium armor. It itself has a breastplate will have an AC of 14, but plus your dex modifier maximum of 2. It's fucking medium. But this does have its properties that you would have to come to understand.
Don't know what that is yet.
Typically it weighs 20
No,
pounds.
that you would either have to attune or identify.
Yeah, it usually weighs 20 pounds. Right now it's
Okay.
160
Holy moly.
Oh my!
because it's giant size. It's 8 times its weight.
If if I take how long is it? to
No,
attune
sorry.
something? Huh?
Oh no.
Oh.
Shit. A huge creature is 4 times your size. So,
Hmm.
4 cubed. It's 4 cubed. 40. 64.
Oh my god.
64 times its weight.
Wait, is it?
So we're not lifting this thing up.
So let's just attune to it here and now, and then.
And it'll be I can't because I'm already attuned to my adamantine. I'd have to undo that and then redo this.
Yeah.
Who wants to wear some armor? That's really good.
I'll mention it doesn't actually require
I'm
attunement.
incapable.
But to make it in the process of putting it on, it will resize itself. And then
So
weigh
someone
less.
just has to put it on and take it off.
Pretty much.
Oh, well, I can slide it on and then slide it back off. No big deal. Then we can have some nice
Yeah, I want to
Shidani
see what you look
sized
like in
armor.
armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So it'll take you some time to like figure it out. You're like, it's huge. Like you can be in it like a sled, like a group
Just
raft.
crawls
Crawls
in it while it's on his chest because we can't lift.
the Harshnag can very heavy and
Mm-hmm.
put it on the ground, and you like kind of get yourself in it and like grab on the straps and like you try to pull it towards you, and it like and weirdly the armor bends with it. Like once it's kind of like on your body and you're pulling it together, it like bends down and like sort of
Yes.
shrinks itself to you, and like you're pulling it on, and just it sort of it's a bizarre thing to see as this mass just goes away, and just so it takes you
Is it form fitting?
some time to get it to be on you, and as you do, you discover that it is a +2 breastplate. So
Is that better than what you have now, Nancy?
I don't know. I've got adamantine. I really love the crit, so I'm going to think about this for a little bit.
yeah, consider that. So now that Shidani has put it on, and like, it sucks wearing something like this. It's 20 pounds on your torso. Like, this feels like training gear, like weighted training clothing that you'd want to be like, dragged down by and fighting against as you're fighting. Some Piccolo shit.
They're just gonna take this right back off now, and
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least I.
here you go.
Thank you for doing that. At least I can carry it now.
It's a lot easier to
bad.
manage now.
Yeah. Thank you, Shidani. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So yeah, go ahead and add a
It looks
+2 breastplate to your inventory.
Okay.
And you may make your decisions, because with you especially,
it looked interesting in armor.
with Brandy, you know how like donning your armor, you have to make it you.
Yes.
So that takes time.
It's gonna take some time.
Takes an hour.
I will think about it
Great.
and compare them.
So you have a breastplate, and I'll say add a for now into your inventory, add a triangular fire opal.
Okay.
I gotta admit, kind of curious to see how it would shape itself around the teapot.
Yeah.
Imagine.
And
Yeah, because it would have to like make little face holes.
So what happened when Shidani put it on is that she did the crude transformations as she did the donning process, like it kind of using like the liquefy tool, right? Like it smears down and smushes together, and then as she like put it on and it like was really polygonal and like janked up, it's like then you take the smoothing tool and just run it over back and forth, and it just sort of like and just went to the same design, the same overall structure that it had while the giant was wearing it, but it sort of refits itself around the shape that you had, the shape of the frame that which you had put it. So you have a nice Shidani sized breastplate. Not too much adjustment would be required to get it to fit you as well, but actually a lot, because you would affix it to you, so that much adjustment. But you know what I mean. Great.
But it's a lot more manageable now.
Certainly is.
Imagine.
Okay.
Happy to help. Okay.
Brandy. Could I carry that opal?
you know what it is?
Not yet.
I'll hand it to Morgan.
Yay! Thank you.
All
So
right.
you said triangular
Triangular fire opal
fire opal.
with a rune inscribed therein.
On a chain. Mundane chain.
Obviously, you removed it from a chain because it was giant sized.
Oh, because it would be a real big chain.
Yeah.
Shall we...
I'm ready.
Do we know about how long we've been, like, going? Like, I know we're inside. We have any idea what time
Hard to say.
ish it is?
You rested for a long rest at one point. Took a bit of a nap earlier, so it's been some time. It's been within
So it feels like a large portion of the day.
within the scope
Should we
of a
head out
day.
and see? Should we head
We
out
have,
and see if we can find a place to rest for assuming the night. Maybe if we can see Sky, we can figure that out. And it sounds like we're
Sure.
going to find the castle next.
Yeah, we should be able
Yeah.
to meet our ride to the castle.
That's right, we do have that coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, we should start on the journey back to Mirabar.
Mm-hmm.
Camp when night falls, like whenever that's gonna be.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out, if we're close, if we should sleep inside, if we should wait till we get outside and check. I remember it was dangerous to sleep in here last time, but we have cleared a lot of things out.
Always.
But it still feels like it might be dangerous.
Who's ever really safe, you know?
There is a hole to those Uthgard where that one Uthgard fucker came in from, so. And there were spiders, and I really don't like spiders.
Yeah, she's gone,
What?
eh? I
Why
wonder if
not?
Because they're
spiders are cool,
gross,
man.
creepy way.
I like the little jumpy
Big
ones.
asses.
Little cute fuzzy jumpy ones.
Ball jumping spiders, yeah. Audacious is right in there.
I don't need
It's
that
right in
in my
their Audax is right in their scientific name. It's so cute.
Jump right in your face.
Oh,
Like a
They
little
don't,
tiny
they
face
just-
hugger. I don't need it.
They just wave their little arms and look at you with their big
they
eyes.
wave at you.
And
They wave and
the
just go,
beak
"Hi."
And then you stomp on them.
You don't. You don't do that. That's mean.
How do you know they don't like it?
Because they're dead.
Because they die.
Listen, there are a few people that I would be willing to let stomp
You
on me
just
to death.
didn't we just talk to Uriel about this? Anyway, yes,
Uriel's a dick.
you head towards. I guess you begin to head towards the entrance to the temple. As you do, Harshnag follows, and you all do in a somber march, I suppose, through this glittering frozen temple in the main chamber, and through the blood smattered and acid stained hall of the
Yeah.
entrance.
Yeah, we did that.
You you exit the temple to see a dark sky with a light snowfall. But you hear not a toilet, but you hear Oi! There you are. Blimey. I thought you'd never be getting out of there.
We'll be in there a long
this?
time.
That guy.
Mhm.
You turn to see, leaning against the wall, just emerging, leaning forward off of it, an individual, humanoid, wearing all black leather armor and black leather mask, covering his mouth. We've been waiting for you. Your ride
Me?
is here.
Oh.
All right.
I'll say you do
I hope
not
we didn't make you wait long.
recognize this individual.
And may I ask your name?
Bresic of the Cult of the
Bresic.
Dragon. We're here to help. And reaches in without breaking eye contact with whoever is frontmost. So Morgden, speaking with them, reaches in and pulls out a red stick. Holds it up. Mind your eyes. Twist it. And an orb of bright glowing flame shoots into the sky.
Magical flare.
Won't be long. And within the next few
Be long
moments,
and- Oh, what?
All right, is here, Brandy.
make a perception
I
check.
believe dragon.
Perception. I'm gonna look up.
Oh no.
That's gonna be a
10.
3 from me.
Me
9?
too.
What? 9?
Three.
None of us know what the fuck is going on.
Oh, look at the ground.
Passive perception is better than that roll. Gross.
I can never remember the name of this dragon because I wasn't here when we met it.
Upper one?
The bronze or bronze? Zira.
0. Okay. Brassic, as he's introduced himself, looks to Harshnag. I'm afraid we've got no room for you, big guy. Besides, I think Klauth has more business with them than with you.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Have a
I'll make my way to
Fearful
Never heard the
Mirabar.
name Clouth before, right? We've never heard the name Clouth,
Make
have
a
we?
history check.
History. Ooh.
Oh, I did good.
Oh,
Ooh,
18?
21, because I got a natural 20.
21.
24.
I say Brandy, no. Brandy, you have
Oh.
not. 24. Oh, yes.
Show off.
I do.
Oh, yes. You know who Old
Who's
Snarl
Cloud?
is. You know.
Yeah, it's the big boy dragon.
You know
of
who
this
Old
place.
Snarl is.
Old
Okay.
Snarl.
Uh-huh. He is an ancient red dragon who
Oh, fuck
is
me.
Is that good?
who is notorious for being an ancient red dragon, and sort of ruling over the Clothan Vale. This is the Clouthan Vale. It's named for him, after all. Which
He's,
exactly where that was, but
he's not
In
just
relation-
an ancient red dragon. He's the biggest,
It is-
baddest ancient red
yeah,
dragon.
he's a big fucking deal.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
And you say with 21, I know this
20.
as well,
Oh,
right?
yeah, certainly. Oh, yeah, 21 easily. Let me see about where we're looking at here. Oop, scroll down. Yeah, it's not terribly far from here. The Clouthan Vale. It's in the mountains west of Mirabar, so it's just on the opposite side of spine of the world where you are. So, let's see what. Oh, goodness, let's see what you would know about Clouth with your 24 in particular. 21 and 24, both very good. Let's see. Yeah, to put it quite bluntly, and even just straight out of the book, a description of Clouth is one of the largest and most fearsome red dragons ever known in Faerun.
Good.
Tales say, huge but graceful, he's as supple as a cat.
Me, yeah.
Ooh, I like this description. He's his body's covered in old and wicked-looking scars from many, many encounters. Scales have been torn away and never grew back. And this is a dragon who fucks up other dragons. Like, nobody steps to Clouth. And will... it's got the kind of pride, yeah, to relish in this reputation as essentially dragon boss, right? Like, will strike with ruthless force anyone who tries to rival his power. Will just steamroll them and then bounce. Like, done. Bye. Just very suddenly striking and just as soon leaving. With 24 in particular, you know that what you know about, in fact, probably why he would be fascinating to you is that he is a wealth of knowledge himself. He has been around for a very long time and is interested in the goings-on of the North and the Sword Coast because it's his, as far as he's concerned. It's his. So he wants to know what's happening. And he also spends a lot of time, he's accumulates his, as any dragon, his hoard, but it is very magical in nature. He has got a lot of spellcasting capability. And
with my 21
scries on the North to make it his business. And in fact, because of this scrying, you reckon he knows about you.
Yay!
With 21.
With my 21, would I have any inkling if he had a connection, relationship, or belief in Tiamat?
Oh my goodness!
I know if there was any.
Oh my goodness!
I would assume, yeah.
Yes.
I would assume very much.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Morgan's Angie.
Yeah.
Very tired of this dragon bullshit.
Like, yeah, you know,
He's a cool dude.
You know surely well how Tiamat is the chromatic dragon. Queen. Yeah, essence, representation, domain. And Red Dragon is at the top of that hierarchy. And Clouth is at the top of that hierarchy.
Yeah, when Morgan expresses the frustration at the dragon shenanigans, say, we just keep agreeing to that.
My eyes probably actually flash the full black that they normally should be as I look and say, what business would old Snorrel have with us?
Now. Plenty of time to talk. Aboard the ship. And with all your terrible perception rolls, you now just see rope.
Oh, look.
Fall to the ground.
I'll look him in his eye and say,
after you.
I assume this is not a request.
Clouth doesn't make requests.
I don't want to leave Harshnag.
Time to go.
It's up to you. I will head back to Mirabar and gather what information I can about this countess.
You'll be fine.
We'll see. He's on the right track then. We're here to get you there.
Mirabar?
You know who's taking us. You've heard the names. Keep that in mind if we don't see you.
I've got an idea of where you're going.
Oh, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Harshnag.
Oh, Jesus.
Morgan's fucking mad.
Right then.
Because it's either that or
Save
just
the boss.
terrified.
Well, then take your time, say your goodbyes, but don't keep us waiting now. Oh, I heard. I know. Be careful. But I've seen you prove yourself. Just hope you don't meet him personally. Good
Miss
luck.
you.
And he will turn slowly.
Be safe.
And head back into the temple, actually.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Mhm.
don't know if I could too. Fuck.
Brandy loves you.
Knew we should have went inside.
Waves behind his shoulder.
the sad man meme with the the crying face and the little hand that goes out. Like,
Hmm.
He didn't even kiss you goodbye.
I know, so sad. I miss him already. I can still see his ass leaving.
So this rope
What?
ladder.
What were we talking about?
This rope ladder dangles from what you now see to be a dark shadow in an already darkened sky.
I'll just straight up say to everyone, we really have no choice in this. And I'll
Time to
walk
go.
towards the ladder, but I want to walk by Mew and just under my breath as much as I can say, was old Snorl the one who had you?
No, but I believe they're related.
Fun. What a fun time we're about to find. And I start climbing.
Yeah.
And that's how serious it is. I was nice to him.
I'll climb up after Morgan.
Okay.
I'll be the last to go as I'm still watching. Or should I disappear into the temple? Hate to see
Don't
him
worry,
go.
Brandy.
Love to watch him leave.
Unlike us, Alshnag is safe.
What are you talking about?
Don't even try and say anything about a red dragon being nice. I will knock you off this fucking ladder.
He's providing us with a transport.
Been
I
in
think
a
that's-
ship
You see a fireball start to semi-form, or a firebolt semi-form in my hand.
Are you holding onto the ladder?
I take the hand off. We do not have the luxury of being split on this. We're being summoned by the worst red dragon I ever heard of.
No, they said biggest, not worst.
Dane, with a 24.
Hi.
You would know worst.
Oh,
Oh.
We do
dragons
not
are
have the
bad?
luxury of being not on the same page, farcically or not.
You know, if even
The
you is on that page.
odds-
Like this is not...
The odds of any of us getting off of this ship alive is very close to nothing.
I got my wingsuit. I'm good.
Will your wingsuit get you out of the maw of a dragon?
Dragon on the ship.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to get through on our wit and charm as always.
I turn away and stop talking and just climb, just like really fucking. Like Dane has all the jokes we've done. Dane is starting to get really fucking. You can tell.
What did I do?
I have no idea.
I didn't know dragons were bad.
You know in your. You know. You know more about this dragon than I do.
I'm excited to be on a ship.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
This
Oh,
dragon.
Yeah. You're aware the chromatic
other
dragons
bad-
are.
I'm on a
Other
ship.
bad things wouldn't be glad to see this bad thing.
Chromatic dragons are seldom on the side of humanoid society.
Oh. See, I wish I knew more about Dungeons and Dragons.
You do know.
This is what we've just said, though.
Yeah,
Hey, we're learning together.
Klauth is
Klauth is. If you meet Klauth,
Klauth's a lot. Like y'all had a nice little conversation with Clogilimatar.
Yeah.
That's bad enough.
You know, this is worse. This is worse.
This is far worse.
when the teapot is like, this is bad.
That 24 tells you this is far worse.
Because this
Oh.
teapot, remember, basically wiped out the South.
Yeah, Mew is not down with red dragons.
So, you climb this 2 rope ladders fell on either side to facilitate your ascent. Brassic follows you up one of them. And as you reach the top, you see, as you get closer to this, you see what looks to be, even in this darkness now you can see, with some dim lights aboard the deck of this, what looks to be a ship. Looks to be a fairly seafaring vessel, but held aloft by 2 no, it's not even 2, it's 1 like oblong balloon. Massive red oblong balloon. You see 7 more. Well, as you reach the top, a black leather gloved hand grabs yours and assists you up. And you see, in addition to Brassic, 7 more individuals standing on the deck of the ships, one at the helm, some others seeming to be at various points of rigging. But as you all climb aboard, one of these individuals stands, hands behind her back, chin upright. Greetings. We come to you on behalf of Klauth, the great dragon of the north. Klauth offers you this vessel and our services as a gift, so that you may cross his vast domain while avoiding the many perils of the land below. War against the giants is inevitable, but the great dragon commands you forge ahead and face your destiny. The ordning of the giants is broken, and they are not united. Slay their leaders, and you may yet prevail. If you succeed in quelling the giant threat, Klauth bids you come to his hidden vale, so he can reward your bravery.
Ooh. Thank you.
And
So
bows their head to
in
you.
other words, Klauth would like us to kill the head giants, not restore the ordning?
Now,
That is
guys, hear me
correct.
out. Hear me out now, guys. This sounds and you know, Red Dragon, very bad, but I like his style.
Being on Klauth's radar is not a safe place to be.
But
It
we're there
is.
Does that
now.
mean we're, does that mean we're
Even I
famous?
have to say,
We're famous. We're like super.
even I have to say, it is hard to completely ignore a request that will end with you not being slaughtered.
Oh.
Fair enough.
We are
You're saying
here
we should...
we are here to assist you at your discretion in this goal.
Any mimosas?
Ooh.
One second.
I'm dead.
May I ask a question about a thing that happened in an episode I wasn't here?
Hold on,
Because it's sort of relevant to this.
hold on a moment.
The
Lads! I don't know
the-
what mimosas
the
are.
thing-
Fetch drinks.
Oh,
You
So
can
that-
drink.
We
Let you-
have provisions.
Good intuition.
the thing that let you speak to the Cobra Dragon, was that a one-time use? I don't want to say that like that's
Right. So,
Morgan would
so
know.
the mark of the boon.
Yeah.
Oh, that I
it's
have?
sort of a ping. Like it's not necessarily a sending stone sort of situation, but it's sort of.
Oh,
like,
you can't say anything into it. You can just kind of summon.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah. The
Okay.
idea was that the use of the boon on the first sort of like attempt to redeem it, so to speak. There was a bridge of contact for a moment, but it is not so persistent an enchantment as to be able to kind of walkie-talkie back and forth.
Oh.
Because I was going to try to warn Zira if we could, but if we cannot, we can't.
Morgan, you would know that Mew is capable of casting sending, because you have seen, you've
And
at least
Mew has
heard
met-
the verbal components of it being cast before. In fact, just now in the temple.
Is there a place for us to rest here?
drinks? Preferably mimosas?
We have quarters below decks. I
I need to rest.
am the captain of this vessel, Delphine.
Delphine?
Hi!
We will accommodate you.
Mimosas, mimosas.
Mimosa.
Never been on a ship before. This is neat.
And as you, speaking of which, as you get your sky legs, we will go ahead and take our second break of the evening. And hope against hope that maybe Mondo can catch up on the last, just the very last portion of this. Returning from the bonds of labor to the bonds of Clouth. Well, we will see you shortly as some refreshments are gathered from below decks. And refreshments are gathered here in our own real life meat spaces. So go ahead and grab yourself a drink, grab a snack, grab a fat, whatever you gotta do, and return here ever so shortly. And ride the skies on the Clouth ship. See you shortly.
See if I can find a picture.
And we've returned. Hello, everyone. I know that was yet another long absence. Searching for the word there. I had a little
Some of us wept.
map fuckery to take care of as quickly as I could. To show you that now, friends. Oh shit! I also need observer, don't I? Observer. I like it boom boom down.
Day.
Oh, Black Betty, blam, lamb.
You know what?
The mashup.
Lick your own boom boom down.
Damn. Man. I would. What if I could,
What if I could?
Morgan, you just have so many walls up, you know? Just
Just take
Lick
out
a
There is
the
a
boom.
wall around my boom boom.
So,
lick a boom boom down.
you have boarded this
Whoa.
vessel.
Nice.
Neat.
Oh, good. We get both views.
Oh. Don't move the cameras.
So there's
Oh,
1, 2, 3,
mysterious.
4, 5
Get
of
that out
those
of there.
bunks, and 3 down there. There's a teapot.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
If we beat these guys up, do we get a free ship?
Huh.
Yes,
It's
for
the
as long as
crew.
it takes Cloud to find us and swallow us all.
Got
It's
it,
the
got
crew.
it, got it.
Also, yes,
crew.
or we would just fall out of the sky because we've killed the crew that's running this ship that's flying, probably via
You
magic.
can run a flying ship.
Hypotheticals.
I mean, you have enough
side-
time to figure out how to fly the ship before it hits the ground, I'm sure.
Right? Hey, Dane, which side is the port?
Port is left.
How do you feel about your poop deck?
Correct.
It's solid.
How do you feel about Brandy's poop deck?
It's kind of runny.
This captain is not impressed with this conversation.
Oh, we're like physically. Oh
yes.
shit.
So stone-faced.
No, yeah.
Delphine is just.
You know what? The port thing also I've said. God damn it. And the poop deck, the first part.
Mm.
Good lord. Captain, thank you for shipping us.
Laz, as Delphine had called out. But I need to see which one that is. Oh wait, I have
Yeah, I'm the most.
I have nameplates. Do you see nameplates?
Nope.
I don't.
Don't.
Perfect.
I do not.
That's very helpful for me.
So there's Delphine. That's one of them. I have a name.
Laz.
Basic?
Yeah, Delphine is the captain.
Yeah.
Brassic, not Basic.
Right.
Two. Have the same name. I need to fix that. Laz, as you heard Delphine call, returns above deck with a tray of 5 would appear to be some sort of metal, pewter, tin, something. It looks weathered like pewter, but slightly more drinkable out of than that. That have kind of a sparse etching on it, but that just resembles the face of a dragon. And a small cask under his arm, and just pushes it down on the deck. Just very brusquely just places the tray on top of the cask. Libations. And returns to his
Thank you!
Yes,
post.
thank you.
What's that name? There it is. Now,
I'm going to need some of that. that.
I'm gonna pour everybody a drink.
I'm gonna pull out my water skin and just drink from that.
Okay,
Does
2
it-
for me then.
This is, it comes out almost syrupy from this cask. It is thick, it is dark, and it is
That's the way I like it.
and it is strong. Not what you would call a delicacy. Not what one would call palatable.
Oh, it's not tasty.
It's not good. It's a brutal
Aw.
beverage.
Aww.
But it's strong.
But it is strong, and there's a spice to it. It is very. It's stony, right? It's got a grit to its flavor, not to its texture so much, but it is thick and like oily. But it is stony, and it tastes like it would be gritty.
Do I see Brandy being visually disappointed with the drink?
That's a good question.
No,
Yeah.
not
Nope.
disappointed. It's not a mimosa, but fucking drink's a drink's a drink. If you're not gonna have yours, I'm gonna have it.
Brandy, no. Dane, maybe.
I w-
Yeah. Dane doesn't like it.
well, I'm not doing a nice thing for Dane at the moment. I was gonna do a nice thing for Brandy, but I didn't see her unhappy.
Damn. Okay.
It's good.
Please.
Morgan does not forget. Yes, I'll say, I need rest. You said we had rooms?
There are quarters downstairs.
And are we okay to rest now? Or do we have something you would require of us before that?
A destination would be most helpful.
You see those
How about
castles
we
in the
have-
sky?
How
We
about
passed
we
one on
have
the way
good
here,
captain-
yes.
Oh fuck.
Oh, what? What were you going to say?
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that we have the good captain here. Get us closer to Mirabar while we rest.
Perfect.
I like that idea. Does anyone else have to rest?
That we can do.
Mew, would you like to come rest?
Yes.
The crew has come to welcome you in full force, but... Men. Ladies.
I don't mean to be rude, but we've been
Half shift.
through ordeals. Perhaps breakfast. We could have greetings then, when we're all clearer headed.
Brassic, Salthia, Perella, Tralt,
And
you are relieved.
Captain.
Yes.
As I understand that you've been put into our service as it is, I would request that during our rest we would not be disturbed.
Very well.
Unless it's an emergency, obviously.
Oh, of course. I know how to run my ship.
Of course.
I will do what is right and
I
required.
would assume.
As Clout
I
has
would
ordered.
assume, as Clout has asked us to do a task, that we're relatively safe for the time being. I'm not. I don't comment that to them.
Oh.
More to like our party, as a way of saying we're in this.
Oh, yeah. It's close quarters here. I mean,
They would. Yeah.
Josephine
They
hears
would
you.
probably. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind to say it.
Yeah.
I mean to say, like, I don't say it in an accusatory manner.
Yeah,
Like, I'm saying it because I don't trust Joe's tone.
yeah. yeah. Josephine, you are as safe as you are capable.
Thank you. I will actually take Mew, and I will say, And I will ask this way for the rooms. Yes?
All right then. Brassic will. This way. As Delphine has relieved, has told 4 of them that they are relieved of their shift, and they will go downstairs with you. Downstairs, below decks. Even
I'll
in the
tag
sky,
along
it's still a
with my-
ship.
I want to tag along with my drink just so I know where Mew is, so I can come and get him later to heal him.
Okay.
'Cause I don't think
Alright.
he heals on his own, right?
Correct.
Am I right? Or
Then I don't know how.
Okay. So
yeah,
kind
you
of.
guys can have like. I just want to know where your room is, so I can come get you later. That's it.
you will be guided downstairs, down the little split landing, down below decks, where you are shown through relatively cramped quarters. It is not a. For those of you who have been on a ship before, I imagine. Just Dane. And probably Tovar. Dane and Tovar are probably the only ones who have been on a seafaring vessel. This is small. This is very small. This is like a skiff, basically. This is not in the water. It would not be for particularly long voyages. This would be to destination, land, take care of shit, come back. This is not for exploration. Would it be in the water? However, appropriately sized for the sky, one would surmise. And indeed, there is a. It's different than having your sea legs. There is a rocking and swaying in the sky and the occasional jostle that is different from the usually even buoyancy on the open waters. It's generally smooth and then sometimes irregular, as the winds can make the balloon get temperamental. I'll say, while you were above the decks, what you saw, without needing much of a perception check, it's a very small place, was a furnace mechanism, a iron mechanism through which a gout of flame was spouting into the balloon. And of course on the front, on the stern, the bow, stern's the back. On the bow there is a ballista mounted with a great jagged harpoon at the front. In these cramped quarters below decks, you were led through open doors, no closing mechanism on the door, no closed doors, just little square, not even archways, just square door frames, and hammocks offering some accommodations in these small spaces. It'll be up to you how to arrange yourselves within apparently 2 rooms, as you see Perella. You see the aforementioned crew members take their quarters. Brassic, well, it's no king's quarter in Waterdeep, but there you are. Get comfy.
Last night we slept next to a giant spider nest. Believe me, this is nice.
Well, good to hear it. We'll be.
Thankfully, I don't take much space.
I assume he kind of walks away.
You're an interesting one.
Yeah.
You keep falling off the radar. Even Klauth couldn't have eyes on you the whole time.
Ooh.
It's a talent.
I'm sure we all wonder what more you're
Usually when
capable
we
of.
slept, I bet.
Oh, there were eyes. There were eyes on you. Whenever there could be, but Staying hidden from old Snarl's eyes is no mean feat. But you're here now. Thank goodness we found you. Rest well.
Yes.
We'll be with you in the
Goodness.
morning. That'll be our shift.
Thank you, and I'm sorry if I was rude, but obviously, you know, you were a surprise to us.
No offense taken. You'll be of service to Klauth. You'll be rewarded. That's why we're here.
When he walks away, I'll go buy
Yeah, he
a
enters.
hammock and I'll sit down on the ground.
Enters the room. I'll say that you all have the rooms in pot. You'll have the rooms closer to the bow of the ship. However you want to distribute yourselves. Yes, in fact, here, I'll
And-
make you guys a little smaller so it's easier to manipulate.
I'm holding Mew because I want to have a as private as I can conversation. So I'm going to sit down and kind of hold him up close to my face.
Aw.
I'm gonna catch the hint and go, well, as long as his plan proceeds without a hitch, I'm sure Klauth can forgive a modicum of privacy. And I cast non-detection.
Okay.
Thank you.
That certainly encompasses
you
the space in
able-
which you reside. It'll be
Are
because
you able to send a message to someone?
because it is an
you
enclosed
know?
space here. This covers this room, just this
Okay.
quarter.
Mhm.
So Morgden, Shidani, and Mew are now hidden from scrying eyes.
I since she's in the room, I motion
Hmm.
Shidani come sit close to us. Because I'm okay if she hears.
I
Was
do.
there something else you were gonna say, or should I? I was gonna ask Mew.
No, that's good. I was just thinking about how your ring of mind shielding and non-detection and how these things interact with each other.
Right.
It's kind of double condoms.
Right. Mew, are you able to send a message to somebody right now?
As long as I've met them before, it is a possibility.
I think it would be a good idea
Still-
to tell our friend who we called to give us a ride before, who has picked us up and is asking us to do things. So at the very least, they know not to come barging in and possibly die.
I believe you're right. Under normal circumstances, I would have a favor for a favor, but as we are in the same boat, so to speak,
Ah,
I just feel like it's best for all of us if we have a contingency plan that doesn't fly into instant death. Also, it's not bad to get anyone we know whom we can trust information on. Well, I don't have to tell you about Old Star.
that's right. Now, I must be careful how I phrase things. Let me see.
Because I was careful not to name names. Cut to the next room. There's just a dude with a cup against the wall.
Right, I'm gonna cast sending targeting Zira.
okay.
La comunicación es mi tesis. And I'm gonna say change of plans. Designated volunteers for what was the other name of Cloud?
Old Snarl.
Old Snarl.
For Old Snarl. Perhaps best if uninterrupted. With love, Mutary.
Okay.
I would have said involuntary.
Yeah, I said designated volunteers.
volunteers,
I
yeah.
mean, she.
Okay.
With coming from you, yeah. You get the
Yeah.
picture.
And I would assume that dragons are generally smart, so that you'd have some idea.
Dragons.
Did I say dragon? Did I say
Mm.
giants? Jeez.
No, you said no.
Okay.
Dragons.
Dragons are
Will-
generally,
Yeah, I think. Well,
especially when you're throwing around names like Old
Old
Snarl.
Snarl. You hear fairly quickly, actually. You hear Clouth. What have you gotten yourselves into?
Wish I knew.
Be careful. For the love of gods. Beckon me again if needed. I'll do what I can. That's
I would send again to say you got it, but I don't have any spell slots.
it. Yeah.
Do you relay
betcha.
what they said to you? To us?
Yeah. I relay it as she says it.
And I didn't want to assume that you would word for word it, but so I asked.
Mhm.
At least he knows.
Okay.
And I speak the words like word for word when she says them into my head, but I give her
Okay.
like the whining.
Mm.
Be careful.
Oh God. Also, when Mew was casting Sending, Morgan was trying to pay very close attention to the words that were said, at least since I can't see any of the other things that happen. As this is a spell,
Yeah.
Morgan would be interested in.
Yeah. And yeah, Lolo did actually give it a verbalization, which was appropriate.
So,
So you would have that.
Morgan paid attention.
You'd have that noted. So yeah, you recognize that. Great. You have a you have small quarters and a hammock.
Oh, just one hammock in each room?
One hammock in each room. Brassic would have also kind of pointed you towards the end of the hall. Say provisions are in there. More sundries and drinks may be found.
Morgan would be more trustworthy of finding the food on their own in there than taking one that someone brought, so...
I'm
Where would you-
with the provisions. Maybe with Brandy we can find some better drinks.
Yeah, let's go in there and see what they got in their stash. This captain doesn't look like she only drinks this stony shit.
I guess.
Let's find some good food.
Well, we have some free time, and before we take our rest, I'm gonna get some work done on the scrolls.
Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll say maybe you'll probably get
But yeah, I asked Mew if he wanted to be on the
2
desk or
hours.
whatever, and I put him where he wants to go.
Yeah.
So I'm not being rude to Mew at the moment.
You gets a hammock all to himself.
you just bloom, just
How-
teeth
yeah.
are just swinging.
Yeah, the rest of us are on the floor. He's nestled softly. How you said that it's a different sensation than being on water. Is it like really like
Usually,
turbulent or,
usually
like-
not. Usually, it's a little smoother than being on water until it isn't. Like
I will not work on alchemy while we're in here then.
yeah, the occasional brisk wind will shake the ship a bit more than just generally uneasy waters will. And turbulence on an airplane, right? Like it's occasionally a little jostle or a little shake, a little drop. It is a balloon, so that doesn't happen. It happens very infrequently. Like it's not relying on the lift of wings, right? Like you're not relying on lift and drag to keep you aloft. It's a balloon that has its own sort of means of locomotion. But that means of locomotion does add a little bit of kind of vibration to it. Yeah. You have a
what I
more or
would do
less
first
floaty
is-
surface.
I'll wander to where the food is and see if I can find stuff to actually just replenish my rations kit and take a little extra for food tonight.
Let me make an
Because
investigation
why
check. The three of you who've gone into the rather
Hell yeah!
closed sundry's room.
Oh yeah.
12.
Eight. Nope, 5.
I got a 12.
Do I have
Oh
Eight.
shit, 10.
10?
God damn it.
It's not looking
A
good.
12.
It's
Oh shit.
there
3.
are 3. There are. You're not terribly hurt, Shidani. There's some things you're used to that maybe you've been used to eating when you'd sneak out and then you'd miss actual dinner, and so you'd have to be like, well, it looks like you're eating potatoes. 'Cause there are plenty of potatoes. just nice, dense, and bread, but not good bread. It's like basically like MRE bread. Like it's really dense. I guess like lambus bread, except not delicious. It's just really
How long does it
dense,
take to make
thick bread.
vodka?
You
How
can
long
be
does it
distilled
take
for
to
a while.
distill some vodka? Just spitballing here.
I've had worse, I say, as I take some bread.
Yeah, I'd take some bread, maybe a potato, and try to work something out for food for the night at least.
With the 12, you do find spiced, like heavily peppered jerky.
Oh, I'll keep some of that. I'll take that too and put some of it away.
So
Hopefully I
4
have enough
days,
to eat.
4 days to make the potato wine and a few hours to distill it.
Wow, that's actually really fast.
That's quicker than I thought.
Yeah,
Ooh.
nice.
I want to try and make vodka.
Well,
I don't have like a tub or anything.
Right.
I need like a still.
without a
Some fat.
brewer's kit or a still or proficiency in either, And
also yeast.
this being amongst a ship, you can certainly try.
Squeeze a potato into a glass.
Yeah, you need.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say you empty your stony liquid, your stony ale, and you just in your very strong robot hand just it shatters. It's a hard potato, so it's not a fruit. Like it doesn't just squeeze juice. You just semi-solid fucking potato bits just shatter around the room. Little crumbs just all over the place. Oh, and you have a little potato mush in your hand. 'Cause they're not cooked. I mean, they're just raw.
Gonna
Break like rock.
wipe it off. Wipe it off on the wall.
There it is.
Did I get a couple of rations worth or no?
Yeah, a couple. Say like 3 rations. Do you want to have those with you?
I added 2 and I'll eat 1.
The bread is so chewy. It's so chewy. It's hard to get through, and you like get a. It's almost like the jerky, where you have to kind of rip it with your teeth.
It's not helping, but every bite I press to digitate to try to make it better.
Try a little
Technically,
spice.
That is one
maybe
of the
not
things I
that.
can do.
Yeah, you can add certain flavoring to it. Do your best. Whatever you think it's
Yeah.
gonna go with, like you can put some jalapeno cheddar flavor on it.
Oh, actually, I'm not eating the bread, am I? I'm eating the jerky. So
Whatever
it's
you're
still
eating.
hard and
It's
garbage, but
it's labor. But yes, you if there's nothing else you're doing in the provisions room or amongst the rest of the ship, you are certainly free to take your long rest.
Hey, I will
Ooh.
grab Mew out of his hammock, his Mew-sized hammock, and do some healing on him.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make your intelligence or dexterity check with your jeweler's kit.
Intelligence or dexterity? It's intelligence. Oh, fuck Mew, you're bad. Ooh, it's bad. What's my proficiency? 3. It's 9.
Okay, how many
Nine.
hit points are how much gold are you putting in? How many hit points are you trying to heal?
You?
Yeah.
All of them, I guess?
How many would that be?
25 minus 16.
I'm missing.
That's 9.
And- You specifically took Mew out of the room that I'm in, so I'm not with you, right?
Right? I guess?
I'm
Okay.
missing. I'm missing 9 hit points.
Yeah.
Okay, with your roll, you mess up on the gold a little bit. There's some spillage. There's some misapplication. It's gonna. You can heal your 9 hit points. It's going to cost you 120 gold.
Ooh.
Morgan is just sitting there for no reason whatsoever. A single tear drips down their face.
Yeah.
I will cover it because I rolled poorly. Here you go, Mew. Sorry, that's on me. 120.
Much
This sounds
appreciated.
like off. So,
Yeah. There's a little slag, kind of like a little bubbled gold, kind of hanging from it, kind of like slagged off.
a teardrop.
Sorry, bud. Fine. You know,
I do feel better.
And there
We
was
should give Mew a golden teardrop for every person they kill.
There's no room.
I mean, while they're with us.
Okay.
Or while
Or
it's
in the
with
one.
us.
More reasonable, but still.
Let's see. Okay, and I'll add 2 hours to your scroll transcription.
All right.
Okay. Rest comes to you. Perhaps uneasily, given the current company. The drifting of the ship may be surprisingly calming. The occasional jostle, but the hammock sort of absorbs a bit of that. For those of you who are, in fact, sleeping in the hammock, whoever, I guess, Brandy, parked in the corner. Just
Yeah. Standing there.
I got in a hammock and offered to share with Shidani, because I'm assuming she was in the room with me, if she wanted.
It's cozy. Being a hammock, you sink in together and are pressed against each other. And boobed back.
Who's boobing? Who's
Other
back?
way, yeah. Depends on how the night goes, I guess.
And I would probably fill you in on what I asked, since you're there.
Traveling over the course of the night, you awaken. Hearing the crew from the next room rousing, and Brassic leans in. Oi! Sleeping all day.
Five more minutes, Mom.
I had planned on it, but I suppose I won't now.
Well, take your time. We'll be above deck. Shouldn't be too much longer. Half a day.
We should probably get up.
There was quite a bit of sass there.
From that, what's his name?
He's left.
Well, I have a feeling he's They have to get their sass out on people who aren't their boss.
Oh, yeah.
Suppose we should get up.
Yes.
See what the others are up to.
May as well get this over with, shall we?
I want to talk to the captain.
Not looking forward to this trip at all.
You head above deck. And you see the 4 cultists who are rousing from their sleep rousing from their rest, who have gotten themselves prepared and are coming out before you. Oops, that's observer. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. Doodly. And they do a bit of a turnover, and the crew members who were above decks now go below. Josephine remains. Up here at the helm for the time being. Morning. We have yet some travel to do. But I believe you can see it in the distance. And you do in fact look through the now clear skies to see in the distance a faint silhouette of what appears to be a dot in the sky.
Ooh.
At this rate of speed, you reckon a day or 2 of travel left to get to where this floating sky castle is presently.
Say, Captain, you represent quite a powerful faction of the region.
Yes.
You see, before you invited us so graciously, we did have plans that just happened to be quite in line with your objective of bringing suffering to the giants. However, the appearance of your ship does put a dent in the discreet approach we were in line to take.
Well,
So if sneaking in and doing our damage from the inside is no longer an option, perhaps we could have access in through a more diplomatic approach.
did you have something in mind?
Well, one does not refuse to see messengers of the great and powerful Klauth.
Not if they know what's good for them.
Indeed.
I do have a question. Do you have way into the maelstrom?
The maelstrom. What is this?
He's just simply too enthusiastic. It is a place where a lot of giants are waiting their execution, however, not within our means.
I see. Well, if you have the location of such a place, we can ferry you there.
And such a day will come. I have no doubt about it.
Yes.
Now, the matter I was discussing. Our task for your great master is to get rid of the leadership of those giants, isn't it?
It is.
Well, we just so happen to have one of those leaders in our line of fire, as it were.
This is the castle.
And
yes.
That is correct. Should you provide us a safer entry through diplomatic channels, we will be able to take care of things much more efficiently.
We can try. Now, giants typically don't take kindly when agents of any dragon come knocking. While most who know what's good for them would heed the word of Clouth, giants in their hubris would defy him. What we can try to do is to be as discreet as possible. Perhaps fly in low and come up from beneath in a bit of a blind spot. It is no difficult task to maneuver our engine in such a way.
And
If
then we
you
could
are
sneak aboard.
confident, I won't lie. While I'm sure you're perfectly capable of getting this ship anywhere, the giant red sphere above us doesn't seem to be the most discreet thing to approach a location.
We did pass within view of this castle on the way to your temple.
So they know you're in the area anyway. They may not take notice of you. Is that what you're thinking? Or not think of you as threat?
They did not seem inclined to bother us. From the sound of it, the residents were rather busy. Inside, we heard what could only be described as screaming from a dragon within.
Well, there you go, Mew.
I was quite curious about this myself. I'll leave it in your capable hands, Captain, if you think you can get us there somewhat unnoticed.
We take it in our hands to do that which Clouth demands.
Good. I have no further requests.
Well, it appears as if that coincides with what we wanted to do anyway, so thank you.
Just a somber nod in
Yes.
your direction.
It is helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not rude enough to not appreciate that.
Very good. If you have plans for our arrival, please take your time. We have enough time to travel. Draft them as you have the opportunity. Perella, come. Mind the wheel. You'll be relieving me.
I think the first thing I'm gonna do, since I forgot to do it while we were resting, is I'm gonna find a corner, sit down, and try to attune to that fire opal.
Okay.
Because I forgot to do it.
You
while we
have
were
plenty of
asleep.
time now.
Yeah.
Go ahead and add Shard of the Ild rune
Uh-oh.
to your inventory. Or rather, sorry, Opal. Opal of the Ild rune to your inventory.
Magical.
It is purple. So you have, it gives you several actions, several properties. Ignite. As an action, you can ignite an object within 10 feet of you. The object must be flammable, and the fire starts in a circle no larger than 1 foot in diameter. Fire's friend, you have resistance to cold damage. As an action, you can
Ooh.
extinguish any open flame within 10 feet of you. You choose how much fire to extinguish in that radius.
Brandy, would
Yeah.
you be willing to trade me this one for that one?
Huh?
Would you be willing to? I'll tell her what the opal does.
Yeah, with the Robe of Summer, the resistance to
cool.
cold is a little redundant.
Yeah. That's just.
Oh.
Would you be willing to trade fire resistance for cold resistance? It gives you cool. You also
the
get fire powers.
If you're gonna if you're gonna protect me from fire, yeah, do it.
All right.
So
I mean,
now you're
yeah.
an oven instead of fridge.
So you get the opal of the Ild rune, and I will take the
Shard of the East
shard.
Rune.
Sure.
Thank you.
If you're
So then another hour to
cold,
attune to
does
that.
that mean you're cold immune? Is that a
No.
thing?
No,
No, it does not.
otherwise I would have. But
No, if it's stacked like that, that would be insane. But
That
no,
would be
it would
OP as
just
fuck.
be redundant.
Sure.
thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate you.
Oh, do you?
That's what I
Alchemy up
appreciate about you.
Alchemy up some mimosas.
I don't have a I don't have that kind of.
No. I tried squeezing a potato earlier. It didn't work out. My alchemy is
Why not?
not so good.
So I will say
Yeah, well, that's a different thing. That's there's like a bartender's kit actually.
there's a brewer's
Is there?
kit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But on top of the swapping of magic items and attuning to them, is there anything that anyone else wishes to accomplish while you float in the sky ever so peacefully?
Nothing else.
I'll be
If we have
drawing a lot
nothing
of
else to
pictures.
do,
Drawing,
I'm
okay.
gonna spend. If we have nothing else to do, I'm gonna spend pretty much all available time finishing my scrolls.
Okay. Well, I'll say that you have all this time, and as you draw ever closer to that foreboding dot in the sky, traveling amongst trustworthy companions, servants of Clouth, Old Snarl, as they are beheld to your mission. That's what we will call it for the night.
Yay.
And we will return next week for more Level Heads D&D. Holy shit. Guys, you're out of the temple.
Oh, yeah.
You were out of the temple. You were in the skies. Freedom!
Loving it.
With quotation marks.
Game really opens when you get the skyship.
Freedom.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we just got to the part of Final
Yeah, you're
Fantasy
on
where you get the sky
Yeah,
ship.
just 3. Oh, hey, and T-Tone, thank you for that that resub there with with the claims of my nat 60 apparently on my dick size. Thank you.
Hey, Nance, I didn't look before I gave it to you.
Oh, there we go.
Can you do the
Yeah?
same thing with the opal as you can with the shard? And can you like move it over to like boots or something?
There are things you can do with it. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
We're gonna go.
These are pretty cool items.
They're cool. So we're gonna go ahead and send that raid over to Mr. Scoot. He's doing some Sega Master System
Mr.
bullshit
what now?
today. So we're gonna come from all this fantasy to, well, I guess a lot of retro. We're just gonna go that way.
Heck yeah.
Whole lot of retro.
Here's just the ring of the tree people. I said, no, that's Slappy's cock ring. Give me that.
Remember to follow all these
Fantastic.
wonderful other people who stream. Like
Yes.
Labrilla
Follow Labrilla.
and Slappy, who you
Follow
probably
me.
I hope
Hey, you're
already
here.
follow.
Hey. And indeed,
Eventually I'll get back to it too.
yeah, follow Fatal Pierce as well. I stream sometimes. Have been historically in the past. But yes, thank you so much for joining us in this adventure here. Next week, yes, next week we will have more level heads, and then of course in 2 weeks will be more Storm Riders, and then also level heads. Wow, both together.
All the D&D.
I'm looking forward to all of these things, and certainly looking forward to this plan and further developments with this Cult of the Dragon, which you guys may remember had kind of significant impact on recent history on the Sword Coast. So, we will see you all next
Damn
time.
dragons.
Until then, until then, go ahead and give Mrs. Scoot a gasm. If you don't have Slappy to gasm, why? But give him any gasm you got, because what's a gasm between friends? We'll see you next time. Bye.
Thanks everyone.
The